Is, thank you. Thank you. All right, it is 6 p.m. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is a special meeting of the town council. We'll start with roll call, or do we start with the?
Yeah, one
okay.
housekeeping item before
Mary Script.
roll call.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and Community. I did just want to note that Councilmember Hufty is attending remotely under the Brown Act teleconference rules. And so I just wanted to go through a few items to confirm that we're proceeding with those rules properly. So Councilmember Hufty is participating from the location noted in the agenda, which is at Archbold Station, 123 Main Drive, Venus, Florida, and participating via Zoom webinar. And in accordance with the Brown Act, each teleconference, the teleconference location has been noted on the agenda. And I'd also note for the record that we have a quorum of council members that are here in person. Councilmember Hufty, just a few questions for you. For the record, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Excellent. And do you have a copy of the agenda for tonight's meeting?
I do.
Have you posted the agenda at your location?
We have.
Great. And is your location reasonably accessible to the public such that any member of the public could participate in the teleconference from your location if he or she wished to do so?
Yes.
And is there a member of the public there with you now?
No.
Okay. All right. All right. I will note for the record that we can all hear you loud and clear. And I would now like to advise the council that any votes taken during tonight's meeting need to be by roll call. And now with that, the clerk may proceed with the roll call.
Councilmember Alves.
Here.
Councilmember Hufty.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Vice Mayor Haskell.
Here.
Mayor Warnikoff.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Christine. I'd now like to open up the floor to oral communications for items not on the agenda. Is there anybody in the schoolhouse that would like to speak on items not on the agenda? We have one hand raised.
Rita Comas Whitney. Want to say, if this winds up being the last meeting, thank you for volunteering. Those of you that are timing off. I'm here in person because there's no electricity on my house. And for 2025, let's focus on some of the infrastructure in our beautiful town because there hasn't been any electricity since about 11 a.m. So thank you.
Rita, any other hands raised in the schoolhouse for items not on the agenda? I don't see any hands raised in the schoolhouse. Looking at Zoom, anyone on Zoom interested in oral communications for items not on the agenda? I don't see any hands raised, so I will close oral communications and move on to the main agenda item, item 3, which is a public hearing of the Portola Terrace Stanford Wedge project. So I believe we are starting with a presentation from staff, and that will follow with a presentation from Stanford. We will then take questions as typical from the council on any items within the context of this project. We will then go to oral communications from the public, and then we will bring it back to council discussion. When we get to the discussion portion, I'm going to propose a little bit of structure to the discussion so that we can, there's a lot to cover tonight, and I want to make sure that we're covering everybody on the council's concerns in a robust fashion and get through everything in the limited time that we have.
Can I add just one other,
Yes, please.
slightly unrelated, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Corey to actually getting all our computing back up and running so that everything. It was a lot of work.
Here,
and
here.
I know the planning commission last night appreciated it as well.
That's now a 4th job. Thank you for acknowledging, Corey, rightly so. All right, with that, I'll move this over to you, Terrence.
Good evening, council, staff, and community. Tonight, we're going to be reviewing the Portola Terrace housing project. This project has also been known in the past as the Stanford Wedge project. It's located at 3530 Alpine Road is the address of the property. Just going to introduce a few folks. First of all, myself, I'm Terrence Grindal. I'm the interim planning and building director for Portola Valley. Catherine Enberg is the town attorney. And John Wallace, town geologist, is remote for us for supporting this meeting. And the town's environmental consultant, Rebecca Ald, is here to provide a discussion of the environmental impact studies. And we also have Colleen Koo, transportation engineer, who will be available to answer questions remotely. Also, I do need to give a shout out. Much of the staff work that was done for this project was completed by Stephanie Davis from Good City Company, and she did a great job. So just want to make that clear. Okay, in summary, the project is 39 housing units. 27 of them are single family homes with long-term leases for Stanford faculty. And there's 12 below market rate units for rental to low or moderate income households. The project is consistent with the general plan and zoning, and it includes open space, significant open space preservation and trails. The mayor already discussed this to some extent, but I'll go over it again. The overview would be to have the presentation that I'm beginning now from staff and from Stanford. Would then give a presentation. Then there'll be clarifying questions by the town council, public comment, and then a council discussion of the actions before you tonight. And then there'd be a consideration of each of the proposed but not included conditions that were put forward by the by the ASCC and the Planning Commission. And then after that, there'll be a decision on the project. I'm going to skip this. You've all seen it in your staff report, and no one could read it anyway. So we have the project overview. It's a 7.5 acre parcel owned by Stanford since 1899. It's steeply sloped in the rear and relatively flat along Alpine Road. The residential development area is indicated in the triangular portion to the lower right on the screen. And that development area is 10.8 acres. There's also open space and a permanent fire maintenance road area. That's 64.4 acres. That's 87% of the site. The project is a clustered residential development and an identified housing site in the town's adopted housing element. There's a vegetation management plan for the entire site. It addresses existing fire hazards and identifies treatments. The proposed subdivision is a small lot subdivision. The development is located closest to the existing infrastructure on the relatively flat land. There's an attempt to preserve substantial open space and avoid steep slopes. Again, there's 39 clustered residential units on 30 lots, 27 single-family homes for long-term lease, and 12 below market rate units, 6 of them low income, designated for low income, and 6 of them designated for moderate income, or 110% of median income. it's 0.52 acres per units per acre. The state density bonus law would have allowed up to 41 units on this site. And again, they're proposing that the owner is proposing 39. The residents include a 25-foot rear yard fuel management area. And there's a small emergency access roadway between two homes. There's landscaping and stormwater treatment measures. In order to develop the project, there will have to be trees removed. There are 431 trees surveyed around the residential development area, and there are thousands of additional trees on the site in the open space area, which will not be affected. 177 trees in the residential area that are proposed for removal, 123 significant trees and 54 non-significant trees. The poor health of the trees and proximity to construction and new driveways and grading are the reason for the removal of the trees in the development area. There'll be 55 new trees planted along with shrubs and other vegetation. Because that picture was so small, I have a slide of just the trees. The green are the trees that will remain, and the red are the trees that will have to be removed. These are slides of the proposed architecture of the project. It's meant to fit into the Portola Valley style and have a sort of informal landscaping plan. This is a table that talks about the amount of grading that's going on. There's a total of roughly 26,000 cubic yards of on-site soil movement. There's an attempt to balance the grading with minimal off-mall material. And there'll be a final geotechnical report required by the town engineer before the grading commences. The proposed landscaping plan, there's 89, almost 90,000 square feet of new landscaped areas. There's bioretention areas, entry and common open space, and private gardens and lawns. There'll be 55 new 36-inch box-sized trees, 310 new shrubs, 5 gallons in size, native plants with low water usage. There'll be a common open space area with playground and picnic space, and the landscape architect will certify the plans comply with the town design standards, the Alpine Scenic Corridor Plan, site visibility standards, and the water efficient landscaping ordinance. The proposed parking and circulation plan, there's a private loop road off the Alpine Road. That's a two-way road with 89 guests and the 89 resident and guest parking spaces. This meets the state requirements so that this is up to code. There's a small emergency access road between lots 8 and 9. The existing Alpine Road trail along the property frontage is to remain and be improved, even on that part of the trail that is on Stanford's property. The environmental studies, which we'll talk about a little more in detail later, identified no traffic impacts of this access path. There has been discussion of closing one of the entrances, the southernmost entrance, and putting a turnaround in that location. There'll be discussion of that when you get to reviewing the commission, the Planning Commission's recommendation. The open space area, it's a new public recreation trail in Portola Terrace. The improvements to Alpine Road Trail, including granting a permanent access easement to the town for portions that encroach into the site meaning Stanford's property. The fire maintenance access road and undeveloped areas to be preserved in their existing conditions. There are conditions applied that the area must be preserved for as long as there's residential development on this site. So again, there'll be a legal instrument to prevent further development and Portola Terrace Loop Trail is Portola Terrace Loop Trail is 1.2 miles long. There will be 2 connections to the Alpine Road Trail. They're 6 feet in width in accordance with town trail standards. Again, that last graphic was very small, so I blew it up for the council and the community to be able to see what is being talked about. The purple trail is the proposed trail by Stanford. The red is the proposed trail by Stanford. Okay, the state has a density bonus law. The density, it provides a density bonus, concessions and incentives and waivers for affordable housing projects. The base zoning would be, without the density bonus law, would be 18 total units. There'll be 18 single family units and 12 multifamily units, affordable units. The proposal for 12 BMR units, of which 6 of the units will be offered to low income households. That allows a 35% density bonus for housing project that offers 20% of the base units if they're available at the low income level. So the project's entitled to up to 11 density bonus units, 30 base units times 35% equals 11 units, rounded up by state law for a total of 41 units. And there are 39 units proposed. Sorry for all that math. This is a map of the site showing the location of the BMR units. You can follow my arrow. The BMR units are here. Okay, so that in accordance with the state density bonus law, there are incentives and conditions. The project's entitled to 2 incentive conditions. The reduction or modifications to town standards. 1, a minimum parcel size from 20,000 square feet to approximately 3,300 to 8,300 square feet. And it also, another condition is the elimination of the general plan clustering land use principle, 2105. The town is required to grant this unless it finds that the proposed conditions or incentive do not result in identifiable and actual cost benefit to the project, or that they would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health and safety or any other property listed on the California or on any property listed in the California Register of Historical Places that cannot feasibly be mitigated, or if it would be contrary to federal or state law. In addition, they're eligible for waivers. The project's entitled to an unlimited amount of waivers. The requested waiver is a waiver of the Portola Valley Municipal Code section that requires specific spacing between main buildings in a residential planned unit development, and the Portola Valley Municipal Code establishing a maximum floor area requirements. The municipal code section requiring similarity between marketplace and affordable units in density bonus projects. And that less is a typo. The town is required to grant it unless it finds that the proposed waivers would have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety, or would have a specific adverse impact on any property listed in the California Register of Historic Places, or would be contrary to federal or state law. The parking that is included on the site, as I indicated, is within the state density bonus housing law ratios. So requiring more parking could be a Housing Accountability Act issue. And what that means is the town is prohibited from imposing conditions that would make a project infeasible. There's a below market rate housing plan as a part of this thing, as a part of this project. The discussion with all the other committees has included the fact that there will be below market rates, but this is the first time that the actual agreement and documentation is being put forward for the the town council to review. Again, it includes 6 units for low income and 6 units for moderate income households. There are three BMR buildings, each with 4 units. There are 2 studio units, one bedroom unit, and 1 2-bedroom unit in the buildings. The below market rate agreement is binding between the town and Stanford, and the BMR agreement outlines the terms, duration, and implementation of the BMR of the below market rate housing plan. And a little more detail about that. Stanford would build and operate the units with town oversight. They would be restricted in price for 55 years, and there'd be a minimum of 1 year lease terms. The rents would be established by the percentage of the area median income for San Mateo County, and the live work preference for households living or working in the town. So just to amplify that, your housing element requires that you provide first crack at a affordable housing project to people who already live or work within the town, and this agreement upholds that. There'll be an annual certification of incomes and reporting to the town, and there's a prohibition on any subleasing. Just to give a bit of an overview, the Trails and Paths Committee reviewed this item in December 12th of 2020, been a while. And the Conservation Committee reviewed it August 5th, 2020. Subdivision Committee met and reviewed it on October 17th, 2024. The ASCC reviewed it November 24th. They recommended approval with 6 additional conditions, which we'll talk about when we talk about those conditions a little bit later. And they provided conditions of, they also had a condition of approval, which was added and incorporated into the project for a revised landscaping plan with a more informal landscaping approach. And the Planning Commission reviewed it on November 18th and adopted 2 resolutions, one recommending that the certification of the AIR and 2 recommending the council approve the project with conditions. Yes. So at this point, I'm going to ask Rebecca to give you an overview of the environmental review process and purpose. Rebecca.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rebecca Alds, Vice President of Lanfear Gregory. I led the environmental analysis for this project as a consultant to the town. I wanted to start with an overview of the purpose and process, and then summarize the analysis that was conducted and the documentation that was issued. So as the agency with discretionary approval over the project, the town is the lead agency under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and the town is required to consider the environmental implications of the project. To meet this end, an environmental impact report, or EIR, process was conducted. This EIR included in-depth studies of potential physical impacts to the environment. It looked at all phases of the project, from the construction to the ongoing use as residential, the trails, and the vegetation management program. It includes measures to avoid or reduce environmental effects called mitigation measures, and the process provides for opportunities for agency and public review and comment. An EIR is by nature a disclosure document intended to provide the town with environmental related information to consider when making decisions. It does not itself approve or disapprove the project. So the environmental review process for this project began with the issuance of a notice of preparation that an EIR was being prepared in late 2020, asking the public and agencies for input into environmental topics of concern, and a public hearing was held at that time to accept those comments as well. They were taken into consideration while technical analyses were completed and the report was written. The draft EIR was issued in March of 2022 with a notice again asking for inputs, this time on the contents of the EIR, and a hearing to accept verbal comments as well. Following the close of that public review period, we compiled and reviewed comments that were received and responded to them in the final EIR. I'm going to discuss briefly the contents of the draft and final EIRs in the next slides. But that's the place that we're at right now. All of the environmental documentation for the project has been issued, and the project and EIR are being brought to hearings for recommendation and decision by the town. All right, so the draft EIR contained all the environmental impact assessment for the project. Now, while an EIR can sometimes be focused to certain topics only, due to the broad concerns that were expressed early in this process, the EIR for this project included all of the topics under the law of CEQA. I'm here tonight representing the environmental analysis, but it was actually a large team of technical specialists that were brought together to address the environmental concerns. A lot of work went into the analysis, including consideration of planning documentation from the applicant team, detailed studies from technical specialists for the EIR, and in coordination with town staff and other town consultants. Technical studies for the EIR included visual simulations, biological surveys, cultural and tribal cultural coordination and surveys, emissions, noise, and transportation modeling and analysis, technical review of reports and plans related to geology and faults, hydrology, hazardous materials, and utilities, review of relevant plans, policies, and regulations, and of course, detailed technical wildfire modeling. These next 3 slides summarize briefly potential significant impacts identified in the EIR and the mitigation to reduce those impacts. So some of them would occur during the construction period, requiring mitigation to minimize dust and emissions, to minimize construction period biological disturbances, monitoring for undiscovered cultural, tribal cultural resources, particularly during earth moving, and site-specific geology exploration and construction and seismic design, and erosion and sediment control. So some of these would occur during residential operation that would require mitigation related to prohibition of the nighttime and off-trail uses, would require implementation of an ongoing maintenance of a stormwater drainage system, would require the design and signage for safe trail crossings, and enhanced ignition reduction measures to further reduce wildfire risks. So finally, mitigation measures would be required to reduce the potential for significant impacts to result from the ongoing vegetation management program, including measures to minimize biological disturbance during these activities, protection of known cultural resources at the site, and measures that would increase the vegetation management effectiveness. So an EIR is required to also look at alternatives. The draft EIR considered a selection of alternatives intended to provide a meaningful comparison of the impacts resulting from the project or possible alternatives. The no project alternative is one of those required alternatives. In this case, we looked at the continued use for a horse boarding facility that would require no construction or change in operations and therefore would not result in environmental impacts. But it would also not meet project objectives, including to provide housing opportunities consistent with the town's housing element. And it would not result in comprehensive wildfire risk reduction or long-term preservation of the open space hillside. Another alternative was considered that would provide a larger setback of the residential development area from the neighbors to the north in response to comments related to that. However, this would push development further into the wooded slope and would result in marginally greater impacts related to grading, including construction emissions and tree removal. Finally, the draft EIR looked at an alternative in which home sites would be spread throughout the site rather than clustered in the flatter portion along Alpine Road. Such an alternative would require more disturbance of the sloped and wooded hillside and would have marginally greater impacts on biological resources, tree removal, and cultural resources. It would result in a similar amount of units to the project, but less would be affordable, and again, no comprehensive wildfire risk reduction or long-term preservation of open space. So with all the analysis in the EIR, the conclusion was reached that with an implementation of identified mitigation, the project would not result in significant impacts to the environment. Following circulation of the draft EIR, the final EIR was prepared. It compiled and responded to the comments we received on the draft EIR, which included many comments focused on known community concerns, such as general non-environmental project opinions, concerns about wildfire, concerns about changes to the state of the site, especially with respect to biology, trees, open space, and views, concerns about traffic and safety, discussion about seismicity and faulting, and discussion about trails. The final EIR included additional discussion to help explain the analysis and conclusions in the draft EIR, and it informed minor revisions to clarify and strengthen the draft EIR text and the mitigation measures. These would be considered minor revisions under the law of CEQA, and no additional documentation other than what I just discussed is required for the environmental review. The final EIR was issued in August, and notification was sent to anyone who had commented or otherwise asked to be notified about the project. So following issuance of the final EIR, the Planning Commission had a discussion at last month's hearing that included talking about the site access. So I'm going to address that in this and the following slide. This summarizes a memo from the EIR Transportation Consultants Hexagon, which is included in tonight's packet. Hexagon is available on Zoom tonight to respond to if additional technical traffic questions come up. So before I get into this, I wanted to clarify that traffic congestion is not considered an environmental effect under the law of CEQA. A study of traffic congestion was included in Appendix I of the draft EIR as a non-CEQA informational item. So one of the questions that was raised by the Planning Commission was whether the 2019 traffic data used for the analysis was still relevant. We responded at the time that pre-pandemic traffic data is generally still considered the standard in the Bay Area, and that traffic levels are only just starting to reach those pre-pandemic levels. We didn't have the data to pull up at the moment that that question was asked, but it's included in the memo, and the top table here shows it as well. Hexagon had a number of intersections in the area for which counts were taken both recently and soon before the pandemic. A comparison of these shows that the traffic levels in the area are generally still recovering and have reached an average of about 90% of the pre-pandemic levels. The Planning Commission also discussed whether there should be turn lanes at the project driveways. The lower figure on this slide shows the volumes in the AM and PM peak hours along Alpine Road and coming from and to the project site. This is simplified into one point of access, even though two were proposed, and the volume at each of the proposed access points would actually be expected to be split between those two. So a center turn lane on Alpine Road was discussed by the Planning Commission that could accommodate both left turns into the site and as a receiving lane for left turns out of the site. With respect to turns out, the operation of the site access was assessed by Hexagon and determined to be within acceptable service targets for a stop sign controlled side street without such a receiving lane. So for turns into the site off of Alpine Road, Hexagon performed what's called turn lane warrant analyses. They're intended to provide guidance for when a turn lane would increase the safety and efficiency of an intersection that involves free-flowing traffic. So traffic that is not stop controlled or doesn't have a signal. The results from that are represented by the figures on the screen, with the left turn at the top and the right turn, the figure at the bottom. So more complete details are included in the memo in the packet, but to simplify the results, a turn lane could be warranted if the conditions at the project access were to be graphed above the lines in these figures, so in the upper right quadrant of the graphs. The conditions at the project access are shown on these figures by the green and red dots at the bottom of the figures, representing the morning and evening peak hours. As shown, the dots are located below the lines, and the analysis indicates that neither a left nor right turn lane would be warranted at the project access. With that, I'll hand it back over.
At this time, Stanford's going to make a presentation on their project. I'm gonna probably have to switch over to bring up their presentation. Bear with me.
Maybe I can start while the presentation's coming up. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to thank all of the Portola Valley Council members and all of the residents who have come out tonight to talk about this important housing project. We know this has been a long engagement, and we appreciate the hundreds of residents, town staff, commissioners, and council members who've been participating and engaging with us over these last 9 years to get to this point. My name is Shweta Bhatnagar. I'm Senior Director of Government Affairs for Stanford University. And with me here tonight is John Donahoe, Senior Director of Planning and Entitlements with Stanford's real estate team. Stanford has been honored to work with the town in creating the Portola Terrace project. We understand that the project is significant for the town of Portola Valley, being one of the largest private residential development proposals that the town has received in many years. We are proud to be standing here with you, meeting the moment during this time of significant housing affordability crisis. Through numerous town committee meetings, one-on-one conversations with residents, at town hall meetings, we've heard several priority areas for Portola Valley residents, including housing availability and affordability, wildfire resilience and fire safety, and trails and open space. The project before you reflects all of this collective input and integrates intensively environmental study and analysis by numerous professionals. We truly believe the project being presented to you tonight meets the needs of Portola Valley and the university and shows a strong partnership between the town and Stanford. Stanford is investing in Portola Valley for the long term, and our faculty will be your neighbors for many years to come. We urge the council to consider and approve the project as it is before you tonight. Now I'll turn it over to John to provide more details about the proposal. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Donahoe, as been previously introduced. I also want to thank the council, all of the commissions and councils that have been working with us on this project. It's been a very long time. We're very excited to be here tonight. I especially want to give thanks to Terrace, all of the interim staff who have done their lion's share of work to pick up a project that they hadn't really been involved in for all of these years. So, and again, also the Good Cities consultant, Stephanie Davis, who is not here tonight, but she has been directly involved in all of this information that you're receiving tonight. You can probably go ahead 2 slides. One thing that we like to point out is Stanford does have a strong commitment to providing housing. Since over the last 20 years, Stanford's actually provided over 7,700 new types of housing units, both faculty, staff, and student housing on and around the main campus. So clearly the dorms and things that are dealt for the students, those are occurring on the main campus. But we have been involved in other types of housing projects in and around the main campus in Stanford and Palo Alto. And in fact, I like the image of the upper right home, which is very similar to what we're proposing in this project. This is actually a single family home that was constructed in Palo Alto. So the top 2 are brand new homes that we've reconstructed in Palo Alto. The 2 bottom ones are other more recent housing developments that we've been working on. Next slide. As Shweta pointed out, there is a long history. You get to see the same room from 2016, 2017. So in 2016, a subcommittee of the town council approached Stanford saying, you're an affiliated housing site. You've been in our housing element for many years as an affiliated housing site. We identify that there is a growing housing crisis in California. Would you be interested in doing the project? And that started a series of dialogues that actually were conducted in this very room before at different council meetings where we showed different alternatives of our proposed project to essentially bring the council along, bring the community along before we even actually made our first application. We had a series of community meetings, that's what the picture is, and again, in this very building. where we had showed the community some of our early phases. We came back, listened to the input, came back with the revised application. And that application was filed in 2019. So there were a variety of things that we heard early on. In fact, I'll add to my list on the slide is obviously the preservation of open space and character, the rural character, and I would even include the Alpine Road scenic setback. That was one of our, we were told very early on, that's a third rail. Don't do that. Don't go into that area. Clearly minimizing the disturbance to the natural terrain and all of the trees. You know, it is a fact. There are many, probably close to or exceeding 1,000 trees on this property. But in and around the development area, we took the preservation of individual trees to heart. And we'll have some discussions on that as we move through. As I mentioned, the scenic corridor along Alpine Road, site responsive design with regard to, you know, dealing with the topography, the grading, all of those issues. I'll be touching on many of those. Next slide. So all of that thought, all of that work culminated into the site plan that we ultimately submitted and is represented on the screen. Terrence gave the breakdown of the numbers. I will correct or add to one of the comments that Terrence said. Even though state bonus density law sets a required number of parking, we actually have already worked with staff years ago to voluntarily add additional guest parking above and beyond that minimum number. And that number that's on the screen is not the minimum required. That's what we've been able to do. There's also as we talk about various past recommendations by different groups, there has been a recommendation, can Stanford continue to try and work more guest parking in? And that's really, I'll leave that up to the council a little bit because it may involve the removal of some trees that we're offering to be preserved. So we've done what we think is the most appropriate for the site in that area. Next slide. And again, I think this is similar to one of Terrence's exhibits, but you know, no night is complete unless we have numbers. So again, what I wanted to point out is the vast majority of this 75-acre parcel is intended to remain in open space. And with the exception of the fire maintenance road access, it's intended to be no longer available for development because we're essentially transferring all of the available density on the entire property to our clustered area. Next slide. And again, Terrence talked about the architecture again. And again, we're trying to have very fire-safe homes, the low reflectivity in the materials, dark colored roofs. The intent is to have the homes blend in with the existing natural landscaping. Next slide. And again, lighting and landscape details, very important in this community. Our architectural firm, Siegel and Strain, and Let's Go Associates are landscape architects, are familiar to the town. They did the town center. That's why we picked them, because they understand the aesthetics of this community. Next slide. That led us to the site plan that we have that was shown today. And a lot of the discussions, you see the paper, you see your little PDFs and things like that. It looks flat. It's not really flat. I think Terrence accurately reflected it earlier by stating something along the lines of, this is the relatively flat portion of the site. So what you see on the screen is essentially what we were hoping to contain the development within this area. Anything that goes beyond that, we know we're going to be removing additional trees and we'll be doing additional grading. Next slide. This is a colored example or a colored map that reflects the relative topography. If green is good, so if it's green colored in this exhibit, that's relatively flat. When you hit yellow and then orange, you're starting to get into the steeper slopes, 10 to 20% slopes or 20% or greater. What you see reflected in the red lines is the 25-foot setback along the northern property line, the 75-foot Alpine Road scenic setback, and then essentially the rear of our properties. So what, you know, picture tells 1,000 words. In essence, we've tried to keep the development footprint within the green areas and trying not to get into the yellow or orange areas To do that essentially means you're doing more grading, you're doing more off-call materials, and quite frankly, if you can go to the next slide, trees. And again, a famous exhibit, Terrence has used it, I'm using it, but to us, it's very important because what you do see is if you consider moving the site around, what really happens with regard to tree removal. Next slide. The vegetation management plan that we prepared, that we've done in concert with the Woodside Fire Protection District, is critical. Quite frankly, the majority of the site really hasn't had a fair amount of maintenance to it. That's the way we used to do things. If it was open space, you left it alone. Well, we now know that's in today's world, especially in California, that's not what you need to do anymore. So what we really do need to do on the site is clear all of that heavy material. You can send goats out, but they don't eat the woody stuff. You can't tell a goat what to eat, right? Next slide. So that led to the proposal from Stanford to include a fire maintenance road onto the property. This site is bounded on 3 sides, if you consider our site a triangle, by existing single-family homes. We don't have legal access across any of those properties. So the only way that we can do significant maintenance for wildfire reduction efforts is if we can construct a road up into the heart of that property. That is the genesis of where this road, this particular element came from. You can see the type of trucks that we need to get up into the center to pull that material off. It doesn't do you a whole lot of good to do the trimming and thinning if you can't remove it from the site. All you're doing is creating one big bonfire. So, next slide. And this is a good example of many people continue to ask us, well, what's it look like when you're done? So we're not clear cutting trees, but we are removing the underbrush as greatly as possible. One question that I've gotten probably monthly for the entire life of this project is, well, what do the ribbons on the trees mean? Well, it means different things. So before we do work on the site, we actually send a biologist out to determine are there any trees that have any nests in them with active nesting. That's a requirement that's actually documented in the vegetation management plan. At other times, we tag the trees because we're also looking at the possibility of thinning some of the trees. We also use a lot of the ribbons in trying to identify where you are, particularly in the site. But this is a good example of, for example, what the wildfire buffer around the property would look like, and then ultimately over time what the rest of the property will achieve. Next slide. So in addition to that work, which is primarily going to be on the 84% of the site that's not being developed, we have the property itself. So we have a 200-foot wildfire break, or buffer area around the project. We actually, when we made our submittal to the town, we actually came in with the 200-foot buffer, even though the Woodside Fire Protection District requirements at the time were 100-foot. They have since gone to 200 feet. So, but we're not taking credit for that. Things that we have offered that we've been in discussions with the town over these last several years is we're providing additional right-of-way to Alpine Road to take so that the town has 100-foot clear right-of-way across our entire property frontage. Stanford is uniquely able to do that because we have properties on both sides of Alpine Road, so we have that ability to offer that. We have long felt, based on the consultants that we've been working with, that a clustered development in this area provides maximum defensible space in case of any kind of fire event in and around the area. The homes, as I touched on before, will be built with very fire resilient materials and a lot of fire safe design features. And then again, we have the fire management, the vegetation management plan that talks about the entire property. It's literally a cookbook. I don't know if cookbook is the right term, but non-cookbook. How's that? Does that sound better? In that it looks at the entire site, it looks at all the different vegetation areas on the property. And if you look through the management plan, it tells you, it describes exactly what should be happening in each of those different vegetation. So it's a very detailed document. Stanford has actually used the same exact consultant, and they have done a vegetation management plan for all of the Stanford campus. And the consultant that we use is also the same consultant who worked on the vegetation plan for the Mid-Peninsula Open Space District. You might have been familiar with their documents as well. Next slide. So this is my transitional slide. So I think we all know the parable about different blindfolded people, and they've been all go up, have to ask, try to identify what they're looking at, and it's an elephant. But someone gets the tail and thinks it's a rope or a snake. Someone gets the trunk, thinks it's a tree log. The reason I use that as my transitional slide is over the last several weeks that we've gone to different commissions and councils, and ultimately leading to this council, each of those groups have a different perspective. Our job as Stanford is we're trying to define the entire project. So even though different groups have been raising different issues, our goal as the applicant is trying to take all of those different considerations and keep them together into one cohesive project. Next slide. So what I'm going to do now is kind of go through a lot of the things that we've heard, a lot of questions we've asked. Is one thing that was very important to some was to reaffirm that Stanford offers different ride sharing and van pool options for our Stanford affiliates. And it's something that if you're eligible for, you can do that. I mean, people were saying, why don't you run the Marguerite? Well, the ridership doesn't necessarily support a Marguerite. Stanford faculty typically have different hours of operation. They're not necessarily an 8 to 6 kind of employer. They come in later, classes start later, they may be on campus later. So a traditional kind of Marguerite doesn't necessarily work for them, but what does work is if they can collaborate with other people in the area, because we have other Stanford affiliates in Portola Valley, they can get together and they can get access to a van pool situation that Stanford will help subsidize the cost of that. So I just wanted to point that out. It's probably more useful than a lot of other things because it requires four or more people to coordinate their schedules, and then it works better. Next slide. There was a lot of talk, a lot of discussion over the last several months or so is with regard to the retaining wall that's across the front of our property and how visible is it really? So what I tried to do is put together a series of exhibits. And again, I want to thank our architectural firm who helped coordinate these exhibits and our civil engineer who did a lot of this over the Thanksgiving week. So I appreciate their help. So this is our site, and I actually labeled a lot of the units in terms of just for a reference point, and you can kind of see what we're looking at. So the first thing in bright yellow is the retaining wall that is of concern. What we're proposing is basically a double set of retaining walls. They're each 3 foot high, and then they step down. And I'll have a picture kind of representing that in a second. But first, I wanted to cut through the site and say, what do you really see a cross section of the property? Next slide. So across the top, what you see on the right of the screen is one of the single family homes. You see the loop road in the, basically the house fronts the loop road. And then you have the BMR unit, and then you have the double set of retaining walls. Then you have the scenic setback. And then you have the vegetation in the scenic setback. And then this is a kind of a representative picture of what a split level retaining wall really is going to kind of look like. Now this one, I couldn't find one that were exactly 3 feet. I spent over an hour online looking for exhibits. My wife was questioning my sanity at that point. And then what you see on the right is actually a section and a detail from our plan set. So just wanted to give a sense of what that looks like. Next slide. However, that doesn't necessarily always, people don't always understand cross-section. And the question's always, well, you can always cut sections wherever they want to make your project look better. So we also tried to do a visual simulation from Alpine Road. And what you see in blue is the vantage point that we picked. And again, you see the yellow of the retaining wall. So if you see lot 26 and lot 27, the two single-family homes, they don't have a retaining wall in the same condition that the three BMR units do. Next slide. So literally, that's what you see from Alpine Road. And quite frankly, that was by design. We know we have a significant amount of existing trees that we're trying to preserve. Now, you're saying, well, what are you showing me? I don't see anything, right? Well, that's part of the point, but next slide, please. So what I also did was showed you also the relationship where the various units are. And you can actually see a little peak of the retaining wall through some of the trees there. So it kind of, to our point, is the retaining wall is per the town's own design guidelines. That's why we did the double retaining walls, basically splitting the retaining walls to lessen the impact. It's 75 feet away. It's on the other side of this scenic corridor, and it has all the trees to help screen it. Next slide. There has been a fair amount of questions with regard to, look, why can't you just move the site over further away from the northern property line? And we have resisted those requests probably for the life of this application. And quite frankly, we had two levels of concern. The first one was, as I've said in my previous slides, it's very important that we tried to minimize the overall impact. When you start moving things around, you're going to trigger additional grading and additional tree removal. Next slide. There's that exhibit again. And again, to use that as a basis point of when you start moving things around, yes, you may be able to preserve a few additional trees along the northern boundary, but it's going to be minimal compared to the trees that are going to get removed to the left or to the south. Next slide. One thing I also wanted to point out is, okay, I apologize, more math. If you double the existing setback, that basically takes out roughly 8,800 square feet of developable area, which is the equivalent of 2 lots. So this is not a big project. The homes, the units themselves aren't particularly large, but doubling that setback does have a significant aspect because it's taking away relatively flat area that we thought we would want to develop on and then pushing us into steeper areas for grading. Next slide. And I'm summarizing, I showed a much more complex series of slides from the Planning Commission, but essentially I'm concerned about 4 areas if we start shifting the site. Next slide. The first one is this particular area, which is around the tot lot. There are 2 they're very significant existing trees. Next slide. And literally that was part of our design ethic is we saw those trees and said, we want to preserve those trees. We want to bring them into our project. We literally designed the loop road around those 2 trees. And the problem is, and some have said, well, you can shift it over. Maybe the road goes under the drip line of the trees. Well, I think we all know, or most of us know, especially with mature oak trees, the easiest way to kill it is to start doing disturbance and grading and cutting underneath the drip line of the tree itself. So that's a significant issue, certainly a design issue that we felt was very important to us. Next slide. The next 2 areas I kind of combined because they're essentially the same comment is, if you remember my colored topography map, you're going to be leaving the green areas in 2 and 3 and getting into those yellow and orange areas, meaning you're forcing additional grading in steeper areas. And a lot of the trees that are currently green would turn to red. So the additional tree removal. Next slide. And the last area is these particular homes would push into a pocket of trees, that same trees that I just showed you in the simulation that is doing a lot of the heavy lifting to screen from Alpine roads. We just didn't want to, we think those, if any of the trees are super critical to the community's sense of what this project is going to look like. That particular grouping of trees is probably the most significant. Been a lot of work, a lot of discussion with regard to trails. I'll try and again, trying to summarize things that I've talked about at great length. On the left is a blow up of the town's trails and paths exhibit from your general plan. And on the right is essentially what we are proposing in the dashed line. And clearly, I didn't dash the Alpine Road Trail. That is a trail that will be, that's currently in existing, but we will be making modifications and upgrading a quote existing trail. But the dashed line is something that we tried to be as equivalent to as possible, to equivalent to the general plan as possible, with two exceptions. And most of those two exceptions are essentially related to what has been referred to as the Canyon Trail. Our concern is, I'll bifurcate, now I can't even talk. I'm going to break up my argument on the trails into two pieces. Thank you, thank you. I need a lot of help at this point. We have long since, we have always felt that it was not necessarily appropriate to run a trail behind these new proposed homes. These are going to be small homes, small lots, small backyards. The trail that would run from Alpine Road behind those homes would in fact be very close to these rear yards. And we've been very consistent on our concern in that area. Our thought was, what we're trying to do with our loop trail is we're still providing a connection to a potential future canyon trail that runs up into the habitat area. So our concern in that area, go ahead and next slide, please. Is on the left is an exhibit from the EIR and the biotic report. And it essentially identifies various areas of habitat area, especially areas that we should be avoiding. And the EIR is very clear that we should not be intruding into areas of riparian corridor. Well, the Canyon Trail, as shown on the town's general plan, is in the creek. It is in this riparian corridor. Our EIR did not study that. The EIR, in fact, makes very specific comments about staying out of the riparian corridor. We also stopped the loop of our trail before we, if you see on the left, you can see that dashed line where our trail kind of loops around and turns. That's also an intermittent stream that is also considered a riparian corridor. So we attempted to stop the trail there and not get into that area, not to cross it. The other comment I would also make is, I know that there was also a different comments with regard to opening up the fire maintenance road to the general public. And I would just say Stanford does not support that particular recommendation. We're very much concerned about the purity of this fire maintenance road so that we can keep the road focused on that. I think we tend to agree with the community that it might be an attractive nuisance once the road is constructed, but it's also something that we deal with on the rest of the main campus in the Dish area, Jasper Ridge. We have a lot of open space areas where we understand people are going to want to go. But the bottom line is that parcel is going to remain as private property. Next slide. So with that in mind, and I'm actually summarizing, there's, we have been trying, we have been listening to a lot of the concerns that have been coming from the public and from the previous committees and from the town in general. And as part of that, we're actually suggesting two potential new conditions of approval that we hope will get us to where we need to go on addressing some of the concerns. The first one is the issue with regard to future improvements along Alpine Road and whether this project actually needs a center turn lane or not. From our perspective as the applicant, the town's EIR and the town's traffic study did not call for it. We did not recommend it. We didn't pursue it. That is in the document that we hope you certify tonight. However, we also understand that there is concerns with regard to that. So what we would like to offer, based on conversations that we've had, is a new condition that would say prior to the first building permit issuance, the applicant, Stanford, will make a voluntary contribution to the town of Portola Valley to the tune of $100,000 towards the town's analysis, design, and or implementation of any improvement or improvements that the town wishes to construct to improve the circulation along the property frontage of Alpine Road. If after analysis, the town declines to pursue such improvements, then any remaining funds may be applied to the analysis, design, and or implementation of other Alpine Road transportation improvements in the vicinity of the project site. If the funds aren't spent after 15 years, Stanford would like that contribution back. But the bottom line is we hear what you're saying. We're trying to be involved in the solution. There is nexus related to this in terms of making it a condition, but if it's something that we can voluntarily offer, and if future studies don't necessarily find it an issue, you still have that contribution to use for other elements along Alpine Road. Say you want bus shelters, things like that. It would be kind of up to the town's decision. The second issue is related to future trails on the site. So the applicant, again, we know what the EIR study, the town knows what the EIR study, we studied the layouts that we've proposed. But there has been a lot of discussion about, well, what if you do this? What if you go there? Stanford would like to, would agree to a condition. This is something like that. Stanford shall participate in a future town study, if conducted, about the proposed location for one or more additional trail segments on the property. And these would be trail segments that aren't currently, for example, represented in the town's general plan. This condition shall not be read. This is the legal language, by the way. This condition shall not be read to obligate the applicant to fund or conduct such study, to dedicate any property interest, or to construct or pay to construct any improvements in connection with that. But it is committing us to participate in a study as the bottom line is this is still Stanford land. This is still private property. And we have a variety of concerns with regard to access, environmental considerations, fire management of the site, and our all-time favorite, liability concerns, something that we all share that concern with. So next slide, please. So with that, this is my last slide, I promise. I do want to say that we do feel that we have a lot of positive contributions that this project is offering to the community. Top of the list, because it's top of most people's lists, is this project represents roughly 15% of the town's arena allocation for the next current cycle. Not only do you get the units, but we're also making this provision for the 12 below market rate units. One thing that the applicants always kind of regret is when you make a concession very early on, people forget that you made a concession. So in this case, again, I think it's in the numbers, we were only required to provide 6 BMR units. But the then council said, we don't think that's enough. Can you provide more? So we actually doubled the number of BMR units in this application. And that's a significant contribution, because remember, Stanford is going to build the units. We're going to maintain the units. We are going to, as you look at the BMR unit, we maintain the lists and we provide that information to the city on an annual basis. So, it's not like your current inclusionary zoning where if an application comes in, you get we dedicate the units to the city and then the town, then the town determines what happens. This, you're getting the full package and you're getting 12 instead of 6. We think that's a significant because we got into this as a housing project in the first place, right? This is intended to address the housing needs of the community. I've talked about all the other things with regard to preserving the open space. Whether you think we're doing enough trails or not, we still are doing 1.2 miles of new trails on this property. The undergrounding of the PG&E line across our entire property frontage is a significant benefit to the community from a fire safety issue. I would also use the word significant in terms of the cost of that improvement that Stanford's going to be doing. The comprehensive fuel management plan, that's going to be on an annual basis for as long as we own the property. The wildfire fuel maintenance road is also a really significant cost to us, but we also felt it was necessary to keep the property safer. And then, as I touched on, also this dedication of the overall right-of-way of Alpine Road, that factors into a lot of the community's concerns with regard to future evacuation route planning. So I think that's the last one. It is.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, John.
I have a variety of team here tonight, probably half the room. We have a lot of others on Zoom. So if you have very technical questions, I may ask that they be pulled up on Zoom, but if not, thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. All right, so now we will move over to council questions. Mary, would you be interested in starting?
Sure. Well, I can at least give a stab. I just wanted to start with thanking John for that presentation. Has gotten better and better every time I've heard it. I think I've been part of this since for the last 9 years. To start with, I had a statement to make, which is that I have in the past been involved in, I shouldn't be, I should be reading it, but I'm not. I'm going to do it from the heart in talking about this, evaluating this project for at least
So Mary,
six to
just
9
to head
years.
it off, I just want to make sure this is for questions.
Questions. Okay, let's start with question. As we've discovered, you'd had to do more dirt moving with the fire road. Does that make it easier for you to do the dirt moving that would be required for moving it a little bit farther to the west, south? That's one question. And the next question was, what additional geologic studies need to be done before you're comfortable with the location?
Okay. Earth moving. Let's talk dirt first. I think if I understand Mary's question, my answer would be the two are not necessarily related. Would you like me to repeat the question? Sorry, sorry, I'm not sure what I was hearing over there. I'll repeat the question anyway. Mary was asking, is the earthwork management of the project itself related to the work that we're doing for the maintenance road? And technically, no, they're not physically connected. They're two subsets. They're basically independent. So I think that's your question, right?
That's correct. I just thought it might have made it cheaper for you to use the dirt that was on the property for that construction, and thereby making it easier for you to move it away.
I would say it might be
from the
slightly
road.
less expensive, but I wouldn't use the word cheap. And then your
You
other
wouldn't
question.
get close to using the word cheap.
Yeah. So with regard to the geologic reports, I would say what typically happens in a subdivision environment is the applicant usually has their geotechnical consultant go out and prepare what's called a draft geotechnical investigation, and they do borings, they look at dirt, make various recommendations. Once the project is approved, they go out and do a final geotechnical investigation. That's true for any project. Now, this particular project, there has been the perception or the suggestion of potential faulting on the property. So in this case, we actually did a series of, we did 180-foot long, can't remember how deep it was, trenching to try and attempt to locate that fault. That fault was not located. If we extended that any further, we would have had gone into and started to remove existing trees that are out there. So our felt was, and we did work with John Wallace, I believe is on available for questions, but we have additional things that we would be doing in potholing once the project is improved as part of this final preparation of the geotechnical report. One of the reasons you you wait to do the final is, as we've kind of heard, projects tend to move around a little bit in the approval process. Sometimes things move in one area, so it doesn't behoove the applicant to spend too much time and effort on borings or other site-specific work until the site has been approved, and then you do that. That work that Mary is referencing would occur and be submitted back to the town in addition to our final grading permits and our final improvement plans for the town of review and approval before they would grant us the ability to actually start construction of the project. That help?
Yeah. Good news, basically.
John, did you have anything you wanted to add? John Wallace? Is he the geotechnical? I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, I'm here and available for any other questions, but Mr. Donahue summed it up, relatively concisely, that there are studies that need to be done. And particularly he is correct if the project does get shifted to the south, there's much more encroachment into the steep slopes on the southwest, which would take more investigation and more grading. So there are studies that slope will be evaluated more closely at the design level stage, as well as the western extent of the trenching that was already performed that did not encounter the fault.
Thank you. Mary, do you have any follow-ups?
Oh, I did want John Wallace to comment on the LiDAR maps and whether that was of interest or seemed like added information to your understanding of this property's geologic significance.
Yes, and I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but LiDAR, for those that are not aware of what that is, it's a aerial imagery technique that geologists use as kind of a preliminary evaluation of a site. It's a technique that much like sonar below the ocean surface, that allows mapping of the topography of the Earth's surface while stripping out vegetation. So you get very, very detailed image of the Earth, and you can pick up faults and landslides. So it's a very valuable technique that Cornerstone used. We made it available. That we as the town geologists have compiled LiDAR for the entire town, and we make that available to consultants on a regular basis. And Cornerstone was able to use it. I incorporated into my review, and it was used extensively to kind of provide a first cut of the evaluation of what site constraints might be involved.
So basically, yeah. Thank you for clarifying that.
And one further clarification, it's again, it's a first cut technique. It's not something that can be used solely to either confirm or deny the location of a landslide or a fault, but it certainly guides us to where we might want to perform more detailed studies. And that's exactly how it was used in this project.
Thank you.
Mary, any other questions?
No, but I might have some later, but so far so good.
Gotcha. We'll circle
I'll
back.
hear what others ask.
Jeff?
Thank you. I just want to clarify the Alpine Canyon Trail. It wasn't on the maps, but as I understand, it sort of winds its way up the northern boundary of the property of the wedge of the toll wedge. My question is, what is the legal status of that trail? It looks like some of it's maybe on private land and some of it's on Stanford land. And I've also heard different versions of what it actually connects to at the top of the canyon. Can you just sort of walk through what that whole
Sure,
how that trail-
I can tell you what I know or what Stanford knows. So there was, many years ago, a private trail that was utilized by the Woodside Trail Club. That was a private trail. And for those who know how they operate, you have gates that are locked. And if you're in the trail, you get a key, you open it, you go through. There was a segment that was across the Stanford property many years ago. As I understand it, in the early 2000s, during one of our infrequent rainy seasons, the water went through the canyon and blew out those trail improvements. Prior to that point, there was no legal agreement between Stanford and the Woodside Trail Club. It was a handshake deal that went back decades. At that point, Stanford approached the Woodside Trail Club and said, would you like to rebuild this? And if so, now's the time for you to do a license agreement with Stanford so we can address the liability concerns. That's a relationship we have on the main campus in many other areas with the Woodside Trail Club. It's not an unusual thing. At that point, they declined that and said, we're not going to pursue that. So from Stanford's perspective, there is no legal easement on the property. There's never, ever been anything recorded, no prior agreements, license agreements, et cetera. And you're right, we're all working off, I showed my map earlier. Well, I took the town's map and blew it up, right? And so the problem that we see with the Canyon Trail is the fact that most of it in its traditional sense was in the creek bed. And
just to clarify, this is again this is along that northern edge of the property, kind
That's
of backing onto West Ridge.
that's
Right,
correct.
That's correct. Yeah, okay.
So that's been our concern is the environmental impacts. Whether this is something that the community had done in the past and continue to use is one thing. We're all in kind of a new reality. I think this council and the town dealt with this as part of your housing development updates. When you started looking at different potential sites, one of the things that you were doing was determining, or your consultants were doing is there a riparian and what's the appropriate setback and border so you don't intrude into that. Well, the segment that you're referencing is truly in the creek itself. So that's been our position is we're trying to provide a connection to it. If the town ever determines that they want to take that on as a study and go through the process to do environmental clearance of that, deal with any potential wildfire aspects of it within the canyon, that would be totally up for the town, but we're trying to not prohibit it. There's nothing that would preclude it from what we're proposing.
Jeff, can I add a little more color to this?
Sure.
So the gates, the Woodside Trail Club gates actually are still there. I mean, they're kind of rusty locks at this point, but they're still there. I walked that area. A lot of the trail is, I wouldn't say it's in the creek, but it's in the riparian corridor for sure, like kind of right along the edge. The other thing I understood in sort of talking to various people is that Westridge has a set of trail easements through there, and that this likely, and I think Mary's going to speak as well, that this is likely a Westridge trail.
And their trail easements, but they're not, the trail easements aren't on Stanford property.
No,
They're
this is,
private. They're on
that's
the
what I'm
private, they're on
saying.
the houses
Between,
backing up.
between these two gates, I mean,
Yeah.
there's the Alpine Canyon Trail, only, relatively small portion of it is the part that would be between those two gates.
Mhm.
And then it continues up the canyon, quite close to the creek in what I would call the riparian corridor. And then eventually goes up quite steeply up in the back. So that's the other piece that I would add.
And that exit, is it onto Cervantes or onto West
I,
Ridge?
I think it's on to Cervantes, but I think Mary could maybe answer. She's clearly got her hand. Go ahead, Mary. You want to add?
Sorry, go ahead, Mary. Yeah.
Well, I have a question, because we're still on questions. And that was about the survey. One thing that's interesting is that as question is, has Stanford done a survey and is that available on that property that is not part of the development? It was my understanding that perhaps you only surveyed the part that's part of the land that was part of the development. Because,
essentially-
and I will give you the background, which is that there is a LiDAR, on the LiDAR maps, you can clearly see the trail where it goes off of Stanford property. And really that riparian zone that you're talking about, I believe, is not on Stanford property. So, but we don't really know that because, or you can tell me, do you know that because is there a survey?
Yes, the short
It's a
answer
question,
is.
it's an honest question.
Yeah. No, the information that is included in our application, so we did this as part of our, part of the subdivision, the tentative map portion of our application includes a survey of the property and the topographic map. And that's a survey based on record information. So that's an accurate depiction of our property. It's an accurate depiction of the topo map related to that.
Thank you. Jeff, do you have more?
Yeah, the two entrances to Alpine Road, approximately how far apart are they? Going along Alpine, and then what would the actual distance be if you had to drive from sort of the far end? If there was one entrance and you had to drive from the very far end of that entrance back to if you were at that southern end of the loop road and you couldn't drive to Alpine from the exit there, you had to drive all the way back through the development to get to the northern entrance. How long a drive would that be, and
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the exact number. But I know that we consistently said the project itself is about 1,000 feet wide on Alpine. So I would say easily at least 800 feet apart are the separation between intersections. If that helps.
Are you talking about on Alpine Road or the loop?
I'm talking about both.
Okay.
And so I'm just now, okay, so it's a right triangle. So, okay, I can do
Yeah.
the math. Okay, never mind. Okay. Yeah, I did have one or two.
Yeah, we're doing math and geometry.
Yeah, yeah. Well, my wife's the math teacher, so I can't, I wish she were here. And oh, and then if you did the single entrance option, the turnaround would be kind of at the very past the, would it actually be in the scenic setback, or would it be, how close to the road would that turnaround, that sort of hammerhead?
Yeah,
turnout be?
we do not support the one, basically making it one big cul-de-sac project. We
Right.
support the loop. That's how we always showed it. That's how the Woodside Fire Protection District, we saw it. But you are correct. One of our basic tenets of all this is we considered it, we looked at it, but we will not lose units to accommodate this.
Mhm.
So the problem would be if you don't put that turnaround into the scenic setback, you would remove some of the proposed guest spaces that we've already determined, and it could affect some of the trees that we're trying to preserve. So like I said, this is, kind of your elephant analogy is,
Yeah.
What's happening over here is also happening a little bit over here.
Mhm.
Do you mind while you're asking that if we bring up an image of where that's being
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
proposed? Just so everybody's on the same page.
And while they're doing that, I'll ask one other question, which is every detached house will have a garage.
That is correct.
So each house, there'll be 27, of the 89 spaces, 27 of them are detached house garages.
Correct.
And then 62 are divided
Yeah,
throughout the site. in front of
The BMR units, there is one garage built as part of the BMR that would be made available to the 2-bedroom unit. And then they have their guest parking geared for the BMR. So it's not the on-street guest parking, but all of those numbers are combined into the total.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, this is simple.
Yeah, so where, just roughly, is there a way for you to show?
This is the entrance that would be gated.
No, the opposite. It'd be the opposite.
be gated?
That's the entrance that you would keep in that one entrance solution, and then the far end.
This is
That-
this is the gated one.
On the right.
No, the
Right?
opposite,
No.
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
The gated would be on the right on the
Right.
screen. Yes.
Correct.
So the turnaround would be over there.
Correct.
Oh,
Yes.
oh, so the main, the southern entrance would be the main entrance, and then,
Right.
oh, so the turnaround would have to go in that little area. Oh, okay, okay.
And do you have a sense of the width that would be required? Is there any sense of scale you could provide us? If that, I know it's not what you're proposing and recommending, but for us to discuss and understand.
Yeah, so this, I've made this statement before, I'll make it again.
Mhm.
The entire world is designed for trash trucks and fire trucks.
Mhm.
Right? And we can now
Amazon.
add Amazon trucks, right?
Mhm.
So imagine a turnaround that's sufficient enough to allow a fire truck to turn. So you can do one of two things. You can do essentially a cul-de-sac, a round cul-de-sac, or you can do a hammerhead that would force them to turn in, back up, and then come out and make kind of a 3-point, 4-point, depending how good you are, turning movement. So.
Excuse me,
that-
Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, just want to be clear, the fire access would be by a gate, and that's what the fire
Right.
department is looking towards. Just want to make clear that
Yep.
it wouldn't have to be big enough for a fire truck to make the round.
It's a trash truck.
Yeah.
Trash truck and.
And deliveries.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the consequence of that is on trash day, the trash truck will go through your neighborhood, back up and then come out through the neighborhood. I can't speak for what's happening with Amazon and UPS and deliveries in Portola Valley. In my neighborhood, they come 2 or 3 times a day now. So it's not just a daily occurrence. Fire, you hope they don't ever have to be there. It would be very rare. Trash is probably once a week, but it's this other stuff that you're really dealing with. That's really what affects you.
But to my question, because I have a great deal of difficulty looking at a diagram like this and figuring out what that would
Terrence,
look
could you-
like.
If you want to open my presentation and go to sheet 43.
And Judith, you're roughly looking for what's the diameter of a
Yeah, just
turnaround?
what's the sense of scale here, just so we can have an informed discussion. That's all.
This may take a minute, so
Yeah,
I'm happy to
okay.
have other questions.
Jeff, do you have more?
Yeah, let me just look through my notes here. I actually think that's all I had for the moment.
Do you want to go, Craig?
Sure. So I just have a few questions for John. Let's see. So the first one,
Yeah, I'm sorry. there-
no, sorry, if we're there, let's just do it. Yeah, let's just stay focused. Yeah.
So that's essentially the 2 types as established by the Woodside Fire Protection District. So that's their official turning templates. And that's what we use. So you see on the left is kind of the hammerhead situation. On the right is kind of a cul-de-sac situation. So we're basically, for this exhibit, we stopped them outside of the scenic corridor. So again, that was our third rail. We didn't want to cross that.
And just to clarify, even with the hammerhead or the cul-de-sac, that additional drive to the Alpine Road is still paved. It's the same. It doesn't, the existence of the cul-de-sac does not abrogate the pavement from that northern entrance to the cul-de-sac.
Correct.
So it doesn't change, it actually increases your impervious surface. It's just a gate, so there's just not traffic in and out there.
That's correct.
Okay, that's correct.
Right, and it's a question of losing, if you keep your placement 1 or 3.2 parking spaces or so, if I'm reading it right.
Exactly. And, my old favorite, the trees. There's a
Yeah.
couple of trees that we're trying to preserve, but.
This was helpful. Thank you for going back.
Thank you. Craig?
So I wanted to ask a little about financial impact. So as I understand it, the taxes on these markets, you basically sell these to Stanford investors, affiliates, I'm not sure the exact term, at a below market rate. But the taxes are at market rate is my understanding?
Yes, I clarify the language a little bit. I understand your question.
Okay,
They're
yeah.
not below market rate in a technical affordable sense.
Thank you,
they-
yes.
We
Yeah.
subsidize the price from market down.
Yeah,
if that
thank you.
makes sense.
Okay, yeah, thank you for.
Yes.
I wasn't trying to get it into the BMR kind of context. And that tax, who pays that tax? In other words, if it's a market rate tax, does the homeowner pay the market rate tax even though they're sold the property at, what would, less than market?
So the home is assessed like any other home,
Okay,
and then they would pay their taxes. The individual homeowners pay the tax.
got it. Okay,
Pay their
perfect.
tax.
And then on the BMR, these units, since they're not necessarily rented to Stanford, they're certainly not exclusively for Stanford, are also taxable?
I believe they are not taxable
Okay,
because those are truly affordable by definition.
Okay.
So that puts them in a different category.
okay, because that was not clear to me, but thank you. My next question is on the significant trees. I appreciate you're trying to build a development around trees. Some of those trees, if they're the ones I think they are, actually don't look as healthy as you would hope. I mean, certainly they're not prime specimens. And so my question is not to judge the health or not, but if those trees were to die, given they're kind of a centerpiece to the way you organize things, what would you guys, like, what would happen? Would Stanford come in and put a mature tree in? Is it the homeowners and responsible for replacing it, or just does it become an open space?
Good question. Hasn't come up yet. I mean, and again, to clarify, you're talking about the two trees in the top lot, basically.
Yeah, I mean, the two
Yeah.
that you kind of said, boy, we made a big effort. These are important to us.
Yes,
They're
yes.
a feature of our development. Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially, yes, you are correct. Overall, the maintenance of the property, see, the project, the homes, the common open space is going to be developed by a homeowners association.
Right, okay.
So if they are going to be required, their requirement is to keep upgrade of all of those trees, the 200-foot wildfire buffer, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
If those trees die, it would be their responsibility to replant.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And then the last one is you talked about the vegetation management plan for as long as you own it. Now, I know Stanford with their 100-year plan probably means you'll own it beyond my lifetime. But if you were to sell that property, are you saying that the vegetation management plan doesn't sort of live with this development?
I have a very simple answer.
Okay.
This is founding grant land, as Terrence said in his presentation. We've owned it
Yeah,
forever.
Yeah.
Stanford is not allowed by the founding grant to sell our property.
Okay, so I was just responding to you saying for as long as we own
Yeah.
it. So the reality is you'll never sell it. So it's really just going to be there.
Right.
Got it. Okay. So that's helpful. Thank you. So then my next set of questions are for the traffic consultants. So if they're around someplace.
So they have joined via Zoom. I'm not sure if they are allowed to speak. If you could raise your hand. Kai Ling.
Yeah, Kai, if you're there, raise your hand so they can see you and. Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Hello, this is Kylie from Hexagon.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, let me see.
There you go. Okay, now we can hear you and see you. Thank you. Welcome. So I had a few traffic related questions. So the first one is I just wanted to make sure that I understood. So all that's required for CEQA under the latest sort of California laws is basically a VMT analysis. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so that's really all that's there. And so in this project, VMT is fairly limited given it's on the edge of Portola Valley. Is that the right way to think about this?
the VNT has no impact. It's just because the project is it's going to generate BMP lower than the Portola Valley average, 15% below the average, and which is threshold defined by the CEQA.
Okay, yeah, all right, thank you. So then the next questions I have are related to the sort of supplemental report that you guys submitted. You basically had the sort of AM traffic at 2 cars. And my question was, if that number were 6 cars, would a left-hand lane be justified? Because if I understood that graph correctly, once it got to 6 and above, then a left-hand lane would be justified.
Let me bring up that.
I think in our packets around 966. Yeah, exactly. I would mention for the public, if you didn't realize that this is almost a 1,000-page
It is page 966.
So you say it's right now in the AM, the inbound is 2 vehicles. And then if it's 6, if
So what
it's
the question I was asking is, if that number were 6 instead of 2,
right.
then am I correct in assuming that a left-hand turn lane would be justified?
Yeah, it can be justified. Yeah, of course, there are some other factors to consider, but based on these guidelines, it can be justified.
Okay, so then my question related to that is, if you have elementary school and middle students, and you take your kids to school and you come home, that's all in a very narrow window of an hour or less. So the idea that there's only 2 families that have elementary or middle school students sort of didn't meet my reasonableness test. So I'm wondering if you could tell me where that 2 comes from.
So for that 2, we based on the travel pattern, we estimate most of the traffic will be traveling north to on Portola, on the Alpine Road. So that's why it has more last trip coming from south on Portola, Alpine Road. That's why we got 2.
Okay, but
total inbound trip.
okay, and the reason I was asking about elementary and middle school, because both of those are to the south, not to the north. So they would be coming in from the south. So I realize that the CEQA is on VMT, but I did find the sort of supplemental report a little difficult to understand. So then my next set of questions is, if we wanted to understand the impact on evacuation from the town and having extra vehicles trying to evacuate from that, what kind of study, like how would we go about evaluating that impact? I understand it's not a CEQA requirement. But you as a traffic engineer, I'm trying to understand, like, what would you do to do that analysis?
So if I could interrupt, an evacuation analysis was performed. It was part of the wildfire assessment for the project. So I can let Kylie answer, but it was separate from Hexagon's work.
Okay, I guess I didn't see where, I mean, let me go, because I've got a second question that's very related to this. And the second one is whether we've accounted for sort of cumulative impact. So we've got potentially the Hawthorns with 50 parking places that, it hasn't happened yet, but it's being proposed. We've got Willow Commons, we've got other projects along the Alpine corridor that are being proposed as part of the housing element. So again, I'm not trying to tie this to CEQA or to this project, other than to understand, as that traffic, like how is that traffic, that cumulative traffic, being analyzed?
So in the study at the time when we prepared the transportation study, we look at traffic condition on the road, and then also like what is in the background development in the town. And just because other development is far away from the site, it's not contribute to a lot of traffic to the study intersection or project vicinity. So at time we look at existing plus project condition. And we also indicate in the traffic study, like it's just like because of the background trips and because of the trips added by the project to the surrounding street, the project is less likely to have contribute to cumulative effect on the traffic operation. So at the time we look at existing plus project condition.
Okay, so that answer sounds like it's sort of the impact for the people in the project. I'm trying to understand, like, would we do an operational analysis? And not necessarily associated with this project, but I'm trying to understand the impacts on the Alpine corridor. So is that the right way to think about that?
If I could jump in, I think what we're trying to say is that when you look at what project the impact is having on other locations, that's what you're trying to get to.
Well, I mean, a piece of it is that, but my primary concern here is safety.
Sure.
And so this is safety for the residents of the terraces. I mean, that they need to get in an emergency, they need to get out of there safely. And so understanding what is accumulated on Alpine. I mean, we know down in Ladera right now that, you know, it's like a level D problem. I mean, it's not quite grid-like, but it's getting close. And again, I don't think this is Stanford's issue to do this full analysis, but I do think as a council member, understanding what impact our future, that we're going to have on future residents, which I consider, you know, our new, you know, terrace residents when they buy their homes, you know, what it's going to be like for them. So I'm trying to understand that as we sort of go forward on this.
Gotcha. And so I think at least part of what your question is about evacuation specifically, if there is a
Sure.
wholesale, okay.
That's
And so-
certainly a big one. For me.
Yeah. And so that analysis is done outside of normal traffic analysis because you're not talking about normal operations of a roadway system. You're talking about every house putting cars on the road and trying to get people out of town all at the same time. So that analysis is done separately. There was one done for this project specifically because the town didn't have one yet. However, after the draft EIR came out, the town did a town-wide evacuation analysis. And then in the final EIR here, we took a look at, did what we say for just looking at the project contribution match what the town said when the town looked at the entire town-wide evacuation? And it did. We were a little more conservative. We said that more people would have more cars along Alpine Road than in the town-wide one. But I think ultimately that the answer here was that this project would not significantly change evacuation time for the amount of cars that it was adding. However, by slowing the spread of wildfire through its site, it would actually help with evacuation proceedings in the town if the wildfire involved this particular location.
Yeah, sure. Maybe. I get the speculation. So.
Sure,
Okay. And then my last traffic related question was, again, because my concern here is for the safety of the residents of the town and the residents of the terrace. If we wanted to consider reducing the speed on Alpine, I mean, right now it's the highest speed section and it's 35 miles on either side and then it goes up and then it goes down. It seems kind of crazy to me anyway, but if we wanted to do that, what kind of study is required? Is that a traffic study? Like, because I think what I heard you say is evacuation, it's an evacuation study. So that's what you use. What do you do if you want to consider changing the speed limit?
Did you want to jump in, Kylie?
It typically is done by the speed town level, and it will involve looking at traffic volume and involve looking at the travel speed and to see if and the collision along the street. Yeah, that would be the study, like the close up the things we looked to see if the speed need to be adjusted, posted speed.
And Terrace, did you have something to add?
Oh, I was, just to clarify, there's a calculation based on the average travel speed at that location. You cannot reduce, you cannot reduce the travel speed, the speed limit more than a certain percentage below what the average person is driving. So what the traffic engineer just indicated is you'd have to assess what the people are actually driving.
Figure out the average and then go from there.
And it's not permitted to reduce reduce below it, but except by a certain percent.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Judith?
Okay, different topics here and there. I guess I'll keep on traffic just to wrap up and ask for some clarifications for people who may not be familiar with some of the terminology. So Terrence, I think some of this is just for you in terms of plain and simple. VMT-based traffic analysis means what?
It means
Vehicle miles traveled.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
because I spoke over her, but I'll do it again. Vehicle miles traveled. So it analyzes, the analysis is how many miles are traveled as a result of the project, and is the generation, and for CEQA, the place you're looking for is the generation of VMT more or less than on average?
Okay.
And it's actually less here, so there's no impact.
Okay. And a lot of the traffic studies are based, like I'm looking at this slide here, to prove the point that we're not yet back at pre-COVID traffic levels. There are a lot of places cited that are in the like a general jurisdiction, but not local. And I assume that's pretty standard, that is a way that you're gauging overall traffic levels. But it seems like counterintuitive from people who are not familiar with the procedures here.
Correct. Yeah. So it's uncommon times that the pandemic happened and that traffic levels reduced. And so traffic engineers keep on the lookout. Are we back up to the normal traffic levels? Should we be recommending that people redo the traffic studies or the traffic counts? And, based on everything we've seen, we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there.
Okay, but even though those aren't like local, really granular, okay, got it. The difference in safety between 1 and 2 ways in operatively, the 2 entrances being used versus 1. Is there anything different in the known safety analysis between those 2?
No, there wouldn't be. And in fact, the turn analysis was done looking at all of the traffic through one access point. So just in case it was decided to close off one and only use one, we looked at all of the traffic going through one of the access points.
But my question is actually the opposite, just from a common sense to me point of view. If you have traffic intersecting at 2 points, that seems riskier than traffic intersecting at 1 point. I know the frequency of trips is going to be different, but
It's because they're so far apart. So they're far enough apart that they're not going to interfere with each other.
okay, thank you. I just want to have you explain, because a lot of people have been following this, but have probably forgotten, the right-of-way expansion, which John rightly noted, was not required, but conceded. Can you give us a sense of what, Terrence, that actually practically gives the town, the right-of-way expansion?
Yes, it provides a full 100-foot right of way through the area. So in a future situation, if the town wants to widen that roadway, the right of way to do so is in place.
Okay, and without that part of the project, we would have to deal with Stanford in the future and approach them, given their current rights.
We'd have to purchase the property, yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you. If we move the site as suggested south, there was a slide that John presented about the units, the developable units going down. And that was kind of summary. I don't know who the right person is to respond to why.
I would suggest John would, since he made the statement.
Okay.
I think most roads lead for me tonight, so. If you want to restate your question.
Sure. You showed one slide, I don't know what number, saying if you move the site to the south, that you have less developable land. Like there was a red bar.
Yes. So it goes back to my now famous, the tree exhibit showing where that's what we believe to be the flattest, most developable portion of the property. What you're doing by shifting the property over is we're losing that equivalent amount of relatively flat area, in turn pushing us deeper into the hillsides. So what that would mean is we would have to,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
We probably, this would be more complicated than you know, the site isn't on a skateboard, right? It won't slide over easily.
Okay.
It would push us into those areas. We would probably, depending on the perspective, our goal was to retain trees. So we would want to do the minimal amount of grading, which would be more retaining walls in those rear yards. We're not going to create a situation where the retaining walls are going to create an adverse condition in someone's backyard. So we would have to kind of redesign that area, and you're redesigning it, already taking away the flattest, you know, of 8,000, or almost 9,000 square feet of the flat area that we could develop.
So I can insert the word reasonably developable area there, because it sounds like it's technically feasible, but costly and other negative attributes if you were to take that approach.
Definitely.
Okay.
I'm sure no one said the building the Golden Gate Bridge was reasonable, but
I
they
hope
did
we're
do
not
it.
doing that here. Okay, great. I think we covered all those. The BMR unit, the agreement that we will have with Stanford to administer the below market rate units. I was a little surprised to see that level of detail in this submission already, because I would have thought that was a future thing. But one thing I did notice is if someone comes in at a very low income and gets that rental price and their situation changes, they can stay in the unit, presumably forever, but pay more. And where I'm going with this is, as you say, you double the amount of affordable housing that's included in the project. And to me, it's important to make sure that's meaningful. So I'm a little concerned about that housing over time due to various changes, instead of being 6 very low and 1, what is it, moderate, or 6 very low and 6.
Six low, 6 moderate.
Yeah, 6 moderate.
Yeah.
That all of a sudden, in fact, you're ending up with like 9 or 10 moderate income people. So how do you think about that? Like, is that just what people do in these agreements, or how do you control for that type of divergence from the intent today of 6 very low and 6 moderate?
Yeah, we have enough attorneys in the room that if I go wrong, they can jump in.
Okay.
I can jump in too if
Okay.
maybe I'll take a
Yeah,
first stab
please.
at that question. So yes, the BMR agreement, this is also just in terms of the level of detail, I recognize that this is a type of agreement that perhaps in other jurisdictions would be negotiated by staff and would be a condition of approval. But for this project, staff basically wanted to have the whole agreement before you because I believe it's relatively new, maybe the first time the town has approved one of these. And so anyway, that's the reason for all of the detail. In terms of residents of a BMR unit that perhaps gets an amazing job and then no longer meets the income criteria. So in that case, they could be charged market rent. However, there are state laws that would restrict Stanford's ability to evict them. So I believe the one that applies is the Tenant Protection Act. And so that is why the agreement is written the way it is. And then basically it assumes that eventually the person will, because they have such a great job, want to move elsewhere in a bigger house. And then that unit will become available and would still be deed restricted and would go back to either the low or the moderate, whatever it is intended to be per the deed restrictions.
Okay, so we're not permitted to have a contractual obligation to do something because that's adverse to other laws around
Correct. Yeah.
protecting tenants.
Could I just ask one short follow-up?
Please.
But it could be full market rate. I mean, if they
Yes.
didn't meet the criteria, it could be moved to whatever the average rent for that size unit is in San Mateo County or
It would
something.
no longer be deed restricted as a lower moderate, so Stanford could charge what it wanted to charge. I'll let you elaborate on that if you'd like.
No, the town attorney did a great job of explaining that is, we deal with a lot of different communities. Every community has a slight nuance in how they deal with this, except when state law is involved.
Yeah.
And then we all back away quietly.
Okay. Got it. Okay, the number of additional parking spaces, I saw some different suggestions around. Is it one or is it two that might be made available, two additional spaces if there's one tree that's removed? I forget the number, but I'm trying to figure out cost benefit there.
Yes, I think we could possibly get 2 additional spaces. This is the area near the northern entrance, similar to the same location we were talking about earlier about where the turnaround would be. So that would seem to be the most appropriate place. The reason why there aren't more in the first place is it is an existing tree.
Okay. Okay, I have two more. You might as well stay there.
I need the exercise. So.
Yeah, one is fairly straightforward. We are losing one of the few horse facilities in town. Do you have, and this is for my information, any transitional arrangements where you can help people find alternate, because it is one of the cheapest places for horse equestrian boarding.
Right. So I think as maybe the general public may or may not know, Stanford does not operate that facility. We lease the property to a tenant, and they are the ones who operate the facilities. They also operate other facilities in and around the area. Now, granted, due to the fact that there aren't too many amenities on this property, there's currently not power or water or sewer to this site. Most other horse operations have more amenities, so their fees are slightly higher.
Right.
You know, so we have offered in the past that we would make introductions. Stanford has relationships with other horse facilities in the area, but a lot of those have caps on them. That if they're, for example, if there's a facility in the city of Palo Alto caps the number of horses that are there. So we can try and we're more than willing to work with them and put them in touch. And we've had those conversations.
You have, okay.
Yeah.
And the last one, in terms of the fire road use, this is a twofer. One is I want you to explain the concerns about having that be available to the public for use as a trail or a path, I guess, if it's paved. And the other is a question, if you do make it available, does the ADA apply? Like, I don't know how far you have to go to make it available to everyone if it's available for anyone.
I think you're touching on a lot of the exact concerns that we have. This kind of topic came up kind of late in the discussion, saying, oh, well, let's make it available to, let people walk on it. That transition to, well, maybe we should make it ADA compliant, et cetera, et cetera. Well, we have a lot of people in Stanford that would want to get involved in this discussion if it's opened up for the public. Our risk management people. So unlike the trails where we talk about, we're going to define the route of the trails, we're going to create an easement for that. And as part of that easement language, we have the liability concerns spelled out. We haven't done any of that for this trail. This is a private road. We have not yet to date proposed any kind of easement for that. It was a private road on private property serving the function of Stanford for this. So this is not, open space per se. It's not owned, government owned open space of some kind. So our concern is issues regarding to, and as I have said, we won't tell you where, but there is cultural resources in and around at the top of that area. We would be concerned about that and protecting that area. We have clearly always have the liability issues. We also have concerns about wildfire concerns.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Just,
Yeah.
it's not required to be ADA though. I mean, people might ask for it, but that's not a requirement. I mean, like the trail that you're putting in, this mile plus trail that you're putting in, isn't going to be wheelchair accessible, is it?
It's designed to be as steep as possible, but still allow for the heavy equipment to get up the grade. And when I say that, it's because if we make it shallower, the amount of grading
Sure.
increases dramatically.
Right. My question was
Yeah.
slightly different, which is there's not an ADA requirement here. I mean, obviously not for the fire trucks, but if it were open for the public, there's still not an ADA requirement. Like unless we were to ask you for that,
Yeah.
that's
I
not a
was, I
requirement.
was gonna make a bad pun and say, what's a slippery slope, but
Excellent pun.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, we're opening a door that we have not fully analyzed, and that's what our concern is. I think we totally agree that people are gonna want to try and find a way to get in there. But it's the same situation we have at Jasper Ridge, we have Dish, we have all sorts of other relatable situations on the campus. And just because people use it or try to use it, doesn't mean we ultimately allow them to do that without the proper thought and design and other aspects of it.
Thank you. Please stay. While we're on that one, how long is that road? Ish.
Another thing I hadn't covered. I was going to ask my civil engineer, but he wasn't expecting the question.
I'm just kind of curious relative to the trails that are proposed is 1.2 miles.
I think it's going to be roughly equivalent to that.
Up and back,
Well, up.
up,
Because it
1.2
is
miles up.
further. Again, the idea is we know where the cultural resources is. We're going to bend it around. We're probably going to make sure we pass it before we get to the cul-de-sac.
Mhm.
We have a turnaround for that too. You know, so turnarounds are,
And another trail question. I've been confused on what the proposal or what Stanford's offering to do in terms of the Alpine Trail specifically.
I'm going to ask them, maybe if you can put an exhibit back up again, that might.
Yeah.
Picture's worth 1,000 words. I would recommend slide 31 or 32. Oh, that's a different exhibit. Okay. The colors. Stanford is proposing the red. The purple or cayenne is an approximation of what the general plan's trails element shows. So we are in essence proposing the red. So it also includes the Alpine road Alpine trail that runs across our frontage. And the loop trail. So when we talk about the relative distances of these,
I guess the follow-up would be, I was clear on the loop trail, but the Alpine Trail that goes across there, I thought I had read in various places where there were improvements to that proposed or pushing it back 15 feet. What's kind of,
Yeah.
is it, like, to me, it looks like
Okay.
nothing's happening to it on this.
now it's my turn. No, we have a condition to improve the Alpine Road Trail. There is a recommendation to push it further back from the current alignment. Basically what we would do is upon project approval, we would do more detailed surveying through there. We do know that there are at least 2 areas from the biotic report that there are potential wetlands that we want to avoid. If we, the easy thing is keep it where it is because we don't have to deal with the wetlands. But if we move it around, we have to know where those are. Would redesign it. We would submit those plans for consideration to review by staff. Staff would review them, issue the permits, and then we would construct it.
All right, thank you. Then back to the entry points. One thing that I've been trying to figure out is, because through the length of this project, it's always been a loop. And then I think it's just within the last, is it 2 months, or I don't know, what was the origin of changing it to a single entry point and the rationale for that? I've listened to all the meetings, but I still am having a hard time understanding.
I believe what I had heard was the concern was safety, but it was primarily focused on users of the trail and having 2 road entrances crossing this trail versus 1.
For trail users.
Trail,
So
yeah.
it wasn't about, when people say traffic, they're not talking about road traffic, they're talking about trail traffic.
Been my understanding. And again, I believe this did come up at the, I'm kind of like you, I think it was the planning commission.
Mhm. And do you have, and Terrence, from your point of view, was there any other background as to why we went from, 2 entrances in the loop to 1 and a turnaround?
It's my understanding that it was just to minimize the crossings of the trail for the
Okay.
trail users.
If I could just add, I mean, I was at the planning commission.
Yeah,
meeting. There was
no, I've
also,
listened to it, but
yeah, there was also a traffic safety. I mean, Linda Brothers was concerned about traffic safety as well.
okay.
So.
But then we heard, so let's, thank you for raising that. So, but we heard that they're, based on what you just shared a couple minutes ago in your response to Craig, there's no, the study didn't indicate that there's a traffic safety issue with 2 entrances or 2 openings.
With 2 or 1,
Right, okay.
correct.
Thank you. And then you mentioned that, this, John, for you, that you guys are already providing more parking spots than the minimum required. Do you guys have those numbers handy of what was required and what you're doing?
Do,
Or we can come back to it too.
for those who have the plan sheet near them, it's actually on the front page of the plan, our submittal, application submittal. So. I heard the word 73. So, sorry. taking
That's
a
okay.
little longer than I thought. I do know what we have on the title sheet is the breakdown of the requirements for, and they are slightly different. Oh,
Good old paper.
okay. So 73 parking spaces are required, and it breaks down basically 2 spaces for the 3-bedroom, 2.5 spaces for the 4-bedroom unit, 2 spaces for the 2-bedroom units, and that includes the rental units, and then 1 space required for the studio or 1-bedroom units. So when you do the math, it's 73 units or spaces. Total is currently on the plan is 89 spaces.
89.
89.
Thank you. And then, as you know, one of my, looking back to when this project got started, I agree. What I recall as being very, the community being very passionate about and a lot of interest in is really this project in terms of how we do it in a way that prioritizes the preservation of the natural appearance. And so I've been interested in these renderings of what the project looks like from the road. So thank you for those additional ones. Although I do know from doing projects in my personal life or whatever, renderings that you see on paper don't always necessarily turn out to be, it's just the reality of how things look in the end. And so if it ends up looking like you just said, I think that's great because it does seem like, you know, it's maintaining aesthetically as it is, you know, similar at least within the scenic corridor area. But if it's not, when we get to reality, I mean, my concern is that the biggest buildings are the closest to the road, as you know, and they're the tallest. And so I guess this then becomes a question also to Terrence. I know one of the things on the list is a suggestion for the ASCC to have a subcommittee to work with Stanford on landscaping and all of that. Is there, if after these things are built, we find that what was depicted is not reality, is there any way to protect us to ensure that it actually looks as depicted? Or, you know, yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, once constructed, no, but during the building permit application and the final map, we absolutely could look in detail about the whether or not the proposed plan matches the intent of the project. So we can look at that element. I would clarify that the ASCC is looking at a liaison to staff, not a subcommittee, just to be clear.
Okay.
And so staff would work with a ASC member, or ACC member, or a planning commissioner to review that.
But if I'm hearing you correctly, that's during the building permit phase. So that also is before you see what reality looks like, you know, once it's built. And so I guess my question is there anything that we can do within this process or documentation to, you know, mitigate against it not turning out the way that we're expecting to in terms of the scenic corridor and you know, the screening from the trees and whatnot?
Yeah, the only thing I can it's not a simple answer, but the only thing I can imagine is you could have an assessment of the landscaping, you know, whether some of those trees might die in between, for example. So we could have an assessment of the natural landscaping in the area and the screening. So that is something staff could do going forward, but we still would have to base it off of what we saw on paper. We wouldn't be able to apply a requirement until, you know, after the fact.
If I can add something maybe to help comfort is, one of the requirements the project has is we've identified how many trees are going to be removed and there's a replacement ratio.
Mhm.
We certainly would want to place them in the scenic setback as best as possible. Again, the Woodside Fire Protection District also will be removing our plans. So we don't, you know, we want to be careful how we replant the area. We don't want to be too dense, but we also have that ability to plug some holes, so to speak, in terms of existing landscaping.
Thank you.
And I have a 2,300 feet, 2,000 feet. I was corrected. The length of the fire maintenance road is 2,000 feet, which is not a mile.
And then my last question has to do with the BMR process. So I understand that, you know, that selection, the priority goes to people who live and work here. And then after that, it's an open process. Even within that though, just because we've never done one of these before, is it truly first come, first serve? So, you know, how does a community go about doing this? They post something that the application date's going to be open and people, you know, whatever. I saw reference to a third party potentially would review applicants based on when they registered. Like, how does that, if you could maybe give us a little color of how that actually works?
The bottom line is it's in the mutual of interest of Stanford and the town to fill all of the units and have the units filled. So we you typically open up the wait list as you get closer to the completion of the units. You evaluate where you're going. Both Stanford and the town have various opportunities to advertise within the community and outside the community. That's what we've done in other projects. I guess good news, bad news is 12 is not a huge number to deal with. And and the real issue, and then once you kind of fill them, then you also have word of mouth from people now saying what's happening in the community. So it's usually the first 12 is the hardest, right? But you can advertise, and that would be part of our role as managing the entity.
So I guess that's a follow-up question I have. So one of the things I read was the process could be managed by a designee, for instance, a third-party affordable housing organization. So do we have any thoughts, or maybe this is just too preliminary, as to how this would be managed?
The element that would have a third party would be the city's oversight. We could contract with someone to review and audit and so on and so on and so forth with this element. As part of this agreement. So that's what that agreement just allows the city to either use staff or a consultant or hire a third party group that would inspect and manage the process.
Okay. So sorry if I'm belaboring this one, but one more crack at this. So if there's 6 low income spots, is the idea that, a notice would go out saying apply starting at 12 o'clock on Tuesday, and the first 6 that meet the criteria in order by their application timestamp would be the ones that would go either through the town or this third party to evaluate their fit?
Yeah, and it's the application process, the application itself is critical because that provides us all of the information
Right.
that allows us to do the screening.
Okay. All right.
Could I
Go ahead.
follow on? Because I think I know where you're going. Is there a judgment call? Like if I'm a landlord of just a private resident that I'm renting out, I can have 25 people show up and I don't have to pick the first person who showed up and was qualified. I can pick anybody I want. I mean, as long as I don't discriminate, but generally I get to pick. In a situation like this, is there somebody who's making a judgment looking through the 25 applications and saying, I think this, and that one are the best ones because they're most likely to stay here the longest? Or is it really if they meet the minimum qualifications, you do a lottery? I think that's what you're after is what's the process and is there any judgment in that process?
I think you generally base it on once you make it open once you make the announcement. And if you get 15 applications for 12 spots, but again, it's not 12 spots, it's 6 low. So there's a self-separating there and based on the income itself. I defer to others who may know that. I don't know if we do background screening or things like that. I mean, that's always a possibility, but I don't think it's ever been really an issue on the other projects that we've done.
Right. That's it. I think you had one more, right? Judith?
Yeah, I left one off. Actually, it's a twofer about the trees. Some on the arborist list are, I forget the exact phrasing, but probably retained. Are they included in the 177 or are they not included?
If they're considered as retaining, yes. Now, one of the other things.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Okay, I'll start a different way.
Yeah.
So the next thing that happens once upon project approval, before we do development is we send the arborist out again. Right? So I do know over time, we've actually updated the report once or twice because trees fell down in storms. So we've amended the report. They would go out, they wouldn't look at all of the 400 that they surveyed before, but they would look at those in the area of disturbance and requalify those trees. Some trees may have been less than significant at the time, and unfortunately it's been a long time, so maybe they've grown. In other cases, trees that we thought were potentially had a health problem may have passed on. So you do reevaluate prior to the grading.
But some were labeled as clearly to be removed. others were retained and others were probably retained. So I just wanted to know how those were accounted for in those current numbers,
I
if you
think the
know,
177 that's been quoted is the to be removed.
to be removed. Okay. And then the last question is the VMP has a reference to not thinning to more than 40% cover. That's pretty high level. I'm not quite sure what they intended. I can interpret it as you can take out 40% of the canopy that exists, or if you're looking at it area wise, you can take out, but make sure you have enough tree cover to cover 40% of the ground on the theory that trees prevent grass from growing.
Yes.
So
yes.
how,
It's that. It's also the fact that in some cases you may want to specifically thin out mature trees if you
Mhm.
have to for the overall fire safety of the area. So the 40% is kind of viewed as a minimum maximum kind of number at the same time, meaning you don't want to go less than 40%.
yeah,
But in some cases, you may have more dense areas and you're going to be taking, it doesn't mean you don't do anything. You may take them back to 40%.
because if you dug it down into the raw data, which I actually just happened to do on this one point, you see that there's different gradations of the coloring. So it seems like up toward the northwest, there's more dense tree cover there right now. And so, for example, my question is that VMT or VMP actually saying, go take that area that's like 90% tree cover right now and make it 40%? And the reason I'm asking is, we got to be prepared for what we're going to see. Like, it's one thing if you're in a 50% area and you do a little thinning, you're probably not going to detect that. But if you're taking the 90% tree cover area and you're thinning it to 40%, that will be noticeable. And then does the arborist just make those decisions in the moment? Like, how does that work?
Yeah. So, you touched on a very important part is the site is not homogeneous.
Yeah.
It's not homogeneous in terms of the tree cover. It's also not homogeneous in terms of the topography. And some slopes face the sun. So, so they are drier than even the other side of the same slope, which is in shade more often. So yeah, I won't say it is a judgment call. It's based on the area of that they're getting into. So an area that has in the slope area, maybe more heavily dense, woodified, that's a word. But it doesn't have the same danger as the site that's on the drier side. So there is a certain amount of judgment call based on the topography and the area they're in.
So that dense area, say it's 90% now, the arborist could choose to thin down to 70% given the conditions, or down to 80%, but never less than 40%.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, I just was hoping that there was more of an indication to prepare people for.
Yeah, and you are touching, it is to a certain extent, it seems almost contradictory. Is like, if you have a heavily dense tree canopy, undergrowth won't grow as easy because they can't get the sun.
Exactly.
But that also means the trees are closer together, and if there's some sort of event, they may burn faster.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit of what can you clear in the undergrowth versus the density of the trees themselves. So I think you're on the right track.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. And then the people who would be doing the clearance are the people that, well, I don't care who you use exactly, but the people, for example, that have been doing the clearing on the lower parts, they would go up into those hills and make the judgment calls and implement, given the
That's actually,
terrain.
in fact, we're about to start more work out on the site in the next week or so. And it's the
Okay.
same thing. We vet our consultants. We actually give them the vegetation management plan and say, give us your bid based on that document.
Okay, okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mary, do you have any other questions before we close? And I'm seeing the faces
I
that
was,
somebody,
I'm
some
hoping.
people, I won't
well,
name
actually,
who
I'm-
needs a
I'm hoping
break.
to get it. Yeah, and I do, too. But I was hoping to understand whether we touched on the, just making it a one-way road, whether that would help the traffic problem or hurt it if you just had the entrance that came, say, cut, the first entrance is coming from Stanford, would be, you'd be able to turn it to the right, and you'd have to come back around and go out the other entrance. In other words, keep both gates open, keep both entrances open, but have the road be one way. Would that help? Have we just
Well,
discussed that as an alternative?
Madam
Go for
Chair.
it.
The fire department and I've discussed, the fire marshal and I've discussed this in some length, and they're very much opposed to a one-way road. So they want a two-way road, and hopefully that jives with Stanford's experience as well. But they want a two-way road. They're okay with a gate that turns it into one entrance, but they want the roadway to be both ways.
Mary, did you also have a question? We
Well-
did discuss the traffic. I thought at the start of that, you also had a question about the traffic safety for 1 versus 2.
Yeah.
We did address that, but perhaps you can repeat it.
Just to summarize, there's no significant impact with 2 or 1 entrances.
All right.
Oh, well, okay.
Mary, any other questions?
No,
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. We'll
Potty
close questions. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and resume at, let's say, just after 8:35. I know, I was just joking that with Judith. I could have said, sit down. I never used it once. I know, everybody's joking about that at this point. All right. Thank you. All right, we're now going to open it up for public comment, starting here in the schoolhouse. So anybody in the schoolhouse, please come forward. And I think everybody knows the procedure, but we'll have 3 minutes on the timer for public comment. Thank you. Yes, and that we don't answer questions, unfortunately. We will collect them though.
Great, sounds good. My name is Fred Leach. I'm the chair of the Town of Portola Valley's Trails and Paths Committee. It's great to finally be here. I'm really glad that we're finally at this moment. My committee has shared responses to specifics of Stanford's plan multiple times, both over the years and to the recent responses. And so rather than spending my time recapping that info, I'm going to focus my comments more generally on the importance of trails and paths to the town of Portola Valley. I'm an avid trail runner and have run all over the world, and I can say without reservation that Portola Valley is uniquely blessed with a world-class trail system. Our trails connect us to open spaces, and they connect us to one another. I and many others have moved here in large part because of this wonderful network, and I expect that the residents of this new development will also be drawn to our town by our trail system. As you all know, trails and paths are of sufficient importance to our town that there is a special trails and paths element in our general plan. I want to highlight that this process, the process of developing land, has historically been the most important way that we improve and strengthen our network of trails. This is an opportunity that we cannot miss, and therefore I urge you to focus on the objectives of our network, which I'll briefly summarize. Our trails should provide scenic, quiet, leisurely recreation and should easily be accessible from individual properties. They should connect our community and connect us to open spaces and neighboring towns. They should accommodate a wide range of users and in particular help children travel in our town. With this in mind, I urge you to advocate for my committee's recommended trail plan, which is best aligned to the long-term objectives of our trail system and will provide the best experience in the long run for the people of our town, including the new residents we will welcome with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Any next hand raised in the schoolhouse?
Hello, I hope I can speak so that everybody in this room can hear me. My name is Chet Rucky. I am a resident of Portola Valley, a retired geologist from the U.S. Geological Survey, and I wish to speak about the fault problem here in Portola Valley on the Stanford property. There is no doubt among some of us geologists that there is a fault on that property. Now, I know that you have heard that there isn't one, or at least that there isn't good record of it. I know that John Wallace has said that he has used LiDAR to show whether or not there is a fault. And he has shown that it does not clearly shown on LiDAR. But my son, Bob Rucky, also a resident of Portola Valley and a computer expert, has manipulated LiDAR data in such a way that it clearly shows a fault across the Stanford property in Portola Valley. And he has presented the images to the town planning commission, so the town knows that there is evidence of such a fault. Now, we have a colleague in this town who has taught at major universities, and he has told us that in studying complicated geology, many eyes sometimes are needed to come to a reasonable conclusion. No two geologists have exactly the same background. And so it is definitely necessary here in Portola Valley that a number of geologists get to report somehow to the town on what is their opinion about a fault. This man clearly has helped us understand the landscaping of Portola Valley, which geologists call the geomorphology, which clearly shows offset rocks in this town without question. Furthermore, he has helped us understand that that movement on that fault has probably taken place within the last few thousand years. It's hard to know exactly when, but within a few thousand years makes that fault an active fault by the standards of the U.S. Geological Survey, and I believe also of the state of California. That fault cannot be denied. It is there. And we have given the town as much evidence as we can that it exists. I wish to speak about one important aspect of that fault is.
Mr. Rucky, I just am
that
going to
we-
remind you of the time limit. If you could wrap up your comments, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't hear well enough.
Oh.
You must know that our knowledge of the fault does not, it only restricts, it does not prevent faulting in the town.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other hands raised in the schoolhouse? We do have a handful on Zoom. Ed?
Hi, I'm Ed Holland. I'm a Portola Valley resident and chair of the Bicycle, Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee. I'm reporting here as myself and not representing the committee, which has not had an opportunity to debate the proposal as stands. Dear council members, Mayor Wernicott, I'm going to read the opening part from a letter that I sent to the council yesterday. I don't believe that actually reached you, but I'm not certain. I'm writing to you ahead of the 5th December meeting on the matter of the proposal by Stanford University to build the Stanford Terrace development. Portola Valley and Stanford University are both overachievers in their vision for education on the one hand and a firm belief in community-led government on the other. While acting as chair of the Bicycle, Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee, I've always looked for the opportunity to look for the best solution rather than the minimum requirement. Portola Valley and Stanford University are two communities like-minded in their desire for high standards. Where better to strive for these than in matters of public and traffic safety? During the recent meetings of the Portola Valley Subdivision Committee, ASCC and Planning Commission, the subject of pedestrian and traffic safety has been discussed in depth. I wish to draw the Council's attention to my comments on this aspect of the proposal, which are a matter of public record. Included in this letter are observations and engineering ideas for enhancement of road safety. This encompasses traffic access to and from the proposed development, users of our arterial route, and lays the groundwork for emergency evacuation needs. My input on this matter is made with the benefit of 12 years service with BPTS and as an 18-year resident of Portola Valley. Respectfully, I ask that approval of the project be made condition on plan changes to optimize road safety for new and existing residents alike, and for all road users, and to ensure preparedness for the emergency evacuation situations we anticipate. I urge the town to work together with Stanford University and reach for the high standards that are our respective trademarks, and which would be to our mutual benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. One more in the schoolhouse?
Hi, I'm Judith Murphy. I'm here tonight as me, not as Conservation Committee, because we haven't had a chance to meet and narrow this down. If we have to lose this rural vista, I think this project more benefit to our town than any other project I think we are likely to ever see. I'm going to limit my remarks to the scenic corridor area because I think it's the most important. It's critical to how it fits into town, what it looks like coming into town. And I think the suggestions I have are both easy and relatively cheap to accommodate. Number one, the landscaping plan for the setback area is too densely and formally planted, not in harmony with the surrounding natural roadside. In keeping with the rural aesthetic encouraged by the general plan, the landscaping should be as natural as possible. As Judith noted, the visuals, the architectural rendering are very close to what's appropriate for town, and they're gorgeous. They don't match the drawn plans. Conservation Committee requested that the final project map should include a revised, simplified landscaping plan created by the landscape architect. And a member of the ASCC in consultation. It was requested as approved as a condition of approval by ASCC and favorably discussed at planning. I request that you make a simplified and naturalized landscaping a condition of approval of this project. Very related to that is the question of the scenic corridor setback itself. What happens in the setback? On this special project, the scenic corridor setback of 75 feet should be prohibiting all structures, all hardscaping, and all other uses, not just buildings. Stanford's been enormously respectful of this corridor. Other projects have legally filled that area with parking, and Stanford hasn't done that. They really, tried to leave it so it hides the building and looks still like it looks. But it's not required. So until the final map is done, that's not a done deal. So the Conservation Committee requested, and I'm here to just say this again for myself too, that prohibition of parking or hardscape or any other use in the scenic corridor setback should be a condition of approval. And I ask you to make the same condition. There are a couple of specific exceptions that you see if you read through the 900 pages. There are a couple of exceptions that need to be made. The Alpine Trail will be moved inward a little bit, which is very desirable. So that then encroaches in that scenic corridor, and that's a totally appropriate use that visually has little or no impact. On page 942, Exhibit B and part of the Public Works Engineering conditions, number 27, says, quote, "They must repair or replace the fencing along the property line of the
Judy.
entire alpine footage."
I'm sorry, I got to cut you off.
Okay, but it's okay. It should be okay to move that fence back to match the trail. You can't do both the fence and protect the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands in the schoolhouse? Seeing none, I'll move it over to Zoom, and the first name up here is David Cardinal.
Hi, thanks. I think it's a great idea that we're having this meeting. I have a few comments, mostly on traffic, and then a very, I think, important major comment. First of all, VMT, vehicle miles traveled, is regional. So if the model they use says that people living in Portola Valley and commuting to Stanford don't have to drive from Livermore or wherever, it's going to save a lot of miles. So that's a big deal. And this project, like all the other affordable housing projects we've proposed or have been proposed, save time. Second, evacuation models. I built one that is a vehicle level model, and I'm happy to rerun it or whatever. That shows, I call it my ant farm, because it shows hundreds of vehicles leaving town. The Stanford project makes almost no difference because frankly, they're going to be gone before anybody else. It's not, it just doesn't affect anything. It's not that many cars compared to the total. The Fair and Piers evacuation model, which was the official one sanctioned by the town, said the same thing. So I'm good with that. To some of the points raised, we're not talking the current way traffic works. In an emergency, there will be officers at all these intersections, and they will help make things flow. And I do think that does raise the point whether they need something at Stanford to be part of it, but Westridge definitely is. On the speed limit thing, the only way to lower it is to have traffic calming things, because as it was pointed out, if traffic goes at 50 miles an hour, you can't lower the speed limit to less than 35. So I'm all for lowering the speed limit, but we have to do something to lower the actual traffic speed to make that happen. And then personally, I find backup alarms really, really awful. So anything to keep, if it was my house and there were a lot of backup alarms, I think that would suck. My bigger comment is that I don't think there is any below market rate developer like Habitats for Humanity, Trinity, et cetera, Life Moves, whatever, who would be willing to go through this gauntlet to build housing. So if this is what we expect from anyone building below market housing, I don't think we will have any ever. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Councilmember-elect Rebecca Flynn.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to say that I am in support of this project. We considered it on the ASDC. We did have some conditions that were not followed up, but I did want to say that I am ultimately disappointed with the final design. I know it's gone through years of massaging, but really very little has changed. And I just wanted some clarification on a few things. I heard at the Planning Commission that Stanford was committing to have to widen the Alpine Road to 100 feet. And I would really like to have that clarified on exactly how they plan to do that, where they're getting the extra footage, because if that road does become 100 feet, then it's very easy to add a center merge lane and a turnout lane at the entrance and exit of the property. Personally, I absolutely do not support having a locked fire gate at one end. I think that's insane for the 39 families that will be living in that complex to not be able to get out on a quick basis in the account of an emergency. Crossing the trail that very few people use is, to me, a minor issue. I did want to thank Stanford for coming out and putting together some elevations from Alpine Road, but I'm very confused about those elevations. The one that shows that it doesn't appear that you see at all the retaining wall or the BMR. It seems like it shows the Alpine Road to be completely flat at that point. And in reality, there's like a 6-foot berm that the trail goes up and over. So I'm just wondering what happened to all that dirt. And if that's where the road is going to be expanded, that needs to be kind of clarified, because there's that road goes up, that trail goes up and down along Alpine Road. I wanted to clarify for the council that yes, there are 89 spaces that Stanford has committed to creating, but you should be aware that 27 of them are actually tandem spaces where families will have to park one of their cars in their driveway, which of course will be, you talk about the backup, all the backing up. Well, you'll have 2 cars backing up every day when they have to leave. So that really only leaves 62 real spots in my mind. I just wanted to find out if Stanford, they showed a picture of their Palo Alto site where they have sort of a second sort of parking space over to the side, if that might be a better way of accommodating the parking. And then the idea of the one-way road, I want to get a little bit more clarification from what exactly the fire marshal said about that, because the idea is not to make that road smaller. The existing plan with the 2-way road smaller in the case it went to one way. Instead, it would be just like it is, or even expanded by a few feet. So it doesn't make any sense to me that the fire marshal would be against that. So I think there's some clarifications that needed to be done, and there's a lot of clarifications that need to be done. And I hope that town council will put that sort of in there. Some of the
Rebecca, I've got to cut you off. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks.
Next up is a phone number that ends in 7562.
Good evening, Caroline Bertonga. I hope town council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So you've heard the residents. We continue to disagree with the consultants and with Stanford, because what you have seen again is data showing from 2018, they cannot give you an explanation. PPTS, Trails Committee and Conservation has not been invited to participate in this approval. So you continue to use outdated data. The town council, who is remaining, I would you encourage to take Mr. John Donahoe's proposal. He is willing to work with you, but you have the power to ensure that the conditions are in print. Make sure that they consult with the Trails Committee, Conservation, and PPTS. As you know, the Alpine Corridor was recently again discussed because Stanford University caused problems in Ladera by putting their healthcare system there. This is from 2017. This issue has not been resolved. And Portola Valley has several other projects that have added to the negative impact. So for the previous town council, we have repeatedly asked to have a cumulative negative impact report on our 2 arterial roads, Alpine and Portola Road. And they continue to use consultants who just use traffic data that is outdated and is only specific to one project. So to the remaining town council, please help preserve this town and use the inputs from your local residents and from data that is realistic. So take the proposal from John and make a condition that if you approve this project, they have to continue to work with our committees, not staff, because staff is uninformed, they're new, and they have no history of what has been going on. They have no history of the municipal codes. They have no history of all of the previous policies that have been put in place. So please, I urge town council to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Tom Buckholz.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, traffic safety. I think we've missed the whole issue there. I use the Westridge turn onto Alpine. I use the stuff in Ladera occasionally. You need those left turn lanes. It just doesn't work without it. It's not the number of things, it's the lines of sight, and it's the risks you're willing to take in making those turns. Second thing is fire. So please fix that now or get some money in there to widen the road now. Fire risk. There was a study, Rusty Day did it, suggesting that there was possible infrared transfer of fire from one unit to the next, virtually unstoppable at the distances between the buildings. It looks like there's probably going to be fences in there so that nobody can get in there to even try to put it out. Take another look. It's important, and the town is at risk on that. On views from the town trail, I'm glad other people have spoken up on that. This is the first time I've actually seen a view that was projected from a trail. I think you need to do the same view further south along the trail where there's less vegetation now, and you need to take a realistic look at what really it's going to look like. Otherwise, you have 660 feet of continuous visual building with one little break in between somewhere. As far as the trails part is concerned, please get out of there the idea that this project may force the positioning of a trail on the last 3 lots up from Alpine. There is no trail there now. After 40 years living here or owning this property, it's the first time this has come up. And it's all fenced for one of our neighbors. It would be close to their structure. Please make sure that whatever you do here does not force a possible trail onto those 3 pieces of property. Utilities, take another look. We were out from PG&E 8 hours. The phone box in the corner down just today, the phone box down there floods regularly. You want to take another look at that. Architectural detail. Larry Strain in one of those walkthroughs said that he would reorient or could reorient the 3 houses, upper floors that would face my lot so that the lighting would go in a different direction. I don't know whether that's been done or not. Please make sure that they try to do it. And in general, let's go with real data where we can. I think get the Moritz fire map back in here as part of something you think about.
Thank you, Mr. Buckholz. Next up is Rita Comas.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. It's unfortunate that many residents missed out on the opportunity to be present tonight due to the large power outage that has just been restored about 40 minutes ago. Thank you, Woodside Fire Department and PG&E taking care of this. Like I said earlier tonight, infrastructure plan needs to happen. And thank you, Tom, for commenting on that too for 2025. And for parking and transportation, it would have been really nice for Stanford to have more updated traffic studies instead of the ones that they used from the height of the pandemic when most people had to or were forced to stay home. And with only 89 parking spaces, I'm not sure where the van commuter will park when they drop off their cars to go onto Stanford. And a couple of years ago, when we used to have 2 buses in town, and now we only have 1 bus, and that 1 bus does not travel to Stanford. And I want to mention something about affordable housing. It was mentioned earlier tonight that those 12 affordable housing units and 100 square feet. So I'm not sure how families are going to fit in there, about 400 square feet. But I hope that we can guarantee that the affordable housing units will be open to non-Stanford people. 2 years ago, I conducted my own survey, contacting all of the places around here, Stanford properties that said that they were open to the public, and then public can rent apartments in them. And I talked to some very nice people that answered the phone and told them that I was looking for an apartment to rent. And they asked me if I was a Stanford affiliate or a student or in some way, and I said no. And they pretty much laughed at me and told me I had a fat chance that I would not be able to get one. And I pushed it and I said, well, if it said on your website that this was open to the public, and I asked if there was a waiting list that I could get on, and they said, yeah, you can do that, but fat chance. They were very polite and very nice. Well, I hope that we can use a third party to take care of this. And this was not just one place that I called, but each and every place that I called that was a Stanford property. So I really hope that we can do better for the people that are going to be coming to our beautiful town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Nan Shostak.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Good,
you.
Great. Yeah, 3 quick points, I hope. First, I'd like to say, Sarah, I think you're spot on, and Judith, support you, and Judith Murphy. I just think it would be to Stanford's great advantage to have a generally a community acceptance for the visual impact of the project. In other words, have as few buildings showing as possible, even if it means planting a few more trees within the fire safety rules and natural environment considerations. Could we have, for instance, a number of trees, in addition to the number of trees Stanford's planting, to plant in 3-foot boxes to replace the removed trees? Could we have some X number of trees set aside for if necessary, for visual impact mitigation in the scenic corridor, and have the final building permit approval, final sign off conditioned on the, say, inspection by the Conservation Committee and approval of the Conservation Committee. That's 1. 2, on the, I'm chair of the Geologic Safety Committee, but speaking for myself, for the design level geotechnical work that's going to be done, I urge the council to pay extremely close attention, very strict attention, and to ask questions before the report is issued. There may be geologic questions that need to be addressed, and if so, they cannot be glossed over. They need to talk with John Wallace, our geologist, and understand what's going on. Quickly, third, in support of Rebecca Flynn, I applaud widening the Alpine Road to 100 feet, actually everywhere along the road, perhaps setting the scenic corridor back another 75 feet if we can, for evacuation safety so that we can eventually have 3 lanes there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Dale Plow.
Thank you. Good evening. Number one, I have a comment, sort of question. if the Alpine Trail is going to be relocated, is it going to be within the 100-foot easement that Stanford is granting? Hopefully not, because if indeed we can and somehow use that easement to expand the lanes, we don't want to relocate that trail twice. But my primary concern is, of course, about evacuation. The Fair and Piers report said specifically that widening Alpine all the way from Portola to Ladera is probably our best opportunity to decrease evacuation times out of Portola Valley, decreasing evacuation times by 20 to 30%. And so this is a prime opportunity to actually get that done over a significant portion of Alpine Road. So I would suggest that the council ask Stanford to actually expand Alpine Road. And at the same time, that gives us a center turn lane. And as some anecdotal evidence, I was at the Alpine Corridor project a couple of weeks ago, where they're again proposing turnabouts in at La Cuesta and the other road down there in Ladera, which are really bad for evacuation. But at any rate, the Ladera citizens were adamant that trying to turn left onto Alpine Road, particularly during the morning and evening commute, was taking their lives into their own hands. And it's no better farther up Alpine Road where the wedge is, simply because people are taking that at pretty good speeds in the morning. So I would really ask you to disregard some of this commentary about the safety from the traffic engineers and take a look at real life situations. And I think we really need to have turn lanes and an expanded Alpine Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Karen Askey.
Hi, everybody. I think there've been a lot of great comments from commissioners and commission members, or excuse me, committee members and members of the public. I have just 2 points. One, my understanding is that on the taxes on the building value and not on any of the land value. So I just wanted some clarification on that I don't think, we all pay taxes on building and land, but I think with the Stanford property, it's just on the building value. And then I have one request, and in my mind, it seems very simple. Could Stanford please develop an overflow parking plan on the site? And maybe the streets are wide enough to accommodate the parking if necessary, I don't know. But while I understand that the required minimum number of parking spots has been met, let's be realistic. There is no public transportation, so our new residents there will be using cars as their main source of transportation. Even if a resident takes the shuttle to Stanford, they still need a car for errands and activities outside of work. It's logical to assume that there will be at least 2 drivers per unit, so 39 units times 2 is 78 spots. Add teen drivers, nannies, gardeners, house cleaners, folks like that, and that could be more than the extra 11 spots that are allocated. And throw in one big party, and you have the need for overflow parking. Obviously, Alpine Road and Ford Field are off limits. So there just needs to be a plan and a better understanding of how they will accommodate more cars that from time to time will definitely be there. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Karen. That's it. Our one additional hand on Zoom, Christy C.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to raise a few points. I believe that a one-way or one road entrance and exit is the best for traffic and pedestrians and horses and bikes. So I don't know if you remember the Planning Commission meeting, Carter War said that he got hit at that exact location for the driveway. So it's not only a trail issue, it's definitely going to be a traffic issue. So I find it hard to believe that we will not have 100 trips a day coming in and out of that complex. I think you said 86 trips, but you have 89 parking places with less than 100 trips. I actually find that hard to believe. And maybe we should include a study 6 months out, 1 year out, 2 years out, 3 years out, to really make sure that this is true. And if not, I am in favor of having the third lane in the middle and widening the road and having Stanford help us with that. I think it's going to be needed. I'm extremely concerned about traffic. And then as far as, you know, having low-income housing for 55 years, why not 99 years? Why not in perpetuity, and make sure that it's low-income housing, not only moderate income housing. So, you know, if we're really trying to help low income over a number of years, let's do it and do it right. Let's see. There are 3 seasonal streams coming off of that canyon, and I only saw one in your drawing. And as you know, the seasonal streams bring animals. And so the less impact on the animals in the area is desirable. Let's see, what else do I have here? I think the looking up from Alpine Road and seeing all the trees and not seeing the BMR units, that didn't seem accurate to me. And I didn't love the blue color in the depiction of the buildings. So I'm not for the blue. I know it's a small thing, but we're going to be looking at it many times driving Alpine Road. Let's see. I think, you know, considering moving it 25 feet to the west is still, I think there's a turn there and it could be better.
Christy, I just want to remind you of the time.
Okay. So that's about it for me. Good luck with this.
All right, thank you. All right, no more hands raised on Zoom, so I'm going to close public comment and bring it back for discussion. And before we begin, Terrence, I didn't know if you have a suggested framework that we use to help guide us through this.
Is somebody talking? I can't hear.
All right. So as you've heard, there's a number of comments that have been brought up at the different committees, different conditions that were proposed, and staff, for a variety of reasons, didn't include those provisions. So I'm recommending that you go through the conditions that were proposed and decide which of them the town council wants to bring forward, and which ones are not considered to go forward. Yes.
Yep.
And so would you like me to give a brief summary of
Yeah,
each of
that
the
would be
conditions?
helpful. And I don't know, was there a slide before this one that had a little bit of Well, maybe, no, maybe I was looking. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, at the end, we're gonna have, just like the planning commission, we'll have two votes, one on the EIR and one on the approval of the. Oh, yeah,
Right. Well, there's actually 3 slides that have the different conditions that were suggested by your groups, by the committee. So first I'll go through the planning commission and then the ASCC. I'll give a brief description, and then you can either discuss it sort of one by one or just take it forward just to get a consensus and ultimately a vote on whether or not any of these conditions were brought forward. Many of the commenters and many of your questions alluded to these as well. So I'll try to summarize. They are written in detail in your staff report. So Planning Commission A, the proposed open space and trails plan shall be updated to include detail allowing public access to the maintenance road for pedestrian access only. So that is as referred to as allowing pedestrian access on the fire road. B is that prior to the final map, there'd be an operational traffic analysis evaluating the project's ability to comply with the evacuation plan and also to evaluate operational improvements. I believe this is also something that Stanford proposed partially to address these, to address that issue. In addition,
so on that one, my understanding is Stanford, let's just get this clear on,
Sure.
as we're going through them. On the fire maintenance road, my understanding is staff was recommending yes, Stanford, no.
Actually, it's not included in the staff recommendation either at the moment, but it could be.
Okay, I
I mean,
thought I saw that.
it could be part of your,
Okay, but Stanford's recommendation, as we've heard tonight also,
Is
is
no.
no on that.
Correct.
But in terms of the operational analysis, Stanford was also recommending no.
right. So the planning commission recommended and now, just to get nuance, the planning commission recommended that there be an operational analysis, but that Stanford not be responsible for the improvements that were, if there were any identified. But the staff was concerned. So one possibility, well, if we do identify impacts, it's important that they be funded. But that's staff's point of view. But right now, that's not included as a staff recommendation to do that operational analysis.
I thought John offered as one of the national additional condition of $100,000 for this. Was that for
Indeed,
this?
that's a nuance of it is Stanford did just offer tonight.
Yes.
To do that. So yes, that's an opportunity.
And that would be applied to this, specifically to B. It's not a.
Correct.
Okay.
So I guess I'm just going, sorry, I just want to,
No.
as we're going through each of these, make sure we're all clear. On page 26, regarding this PC condition 2, I thought it said here, thus, since it is concluded such changes are not warranted from the threshold standpoint, staff has not incorporated this as a draft condition.
Correct.
Okay.
These are, I think, if I understood, these are all things that staff didn't
Correct.
include. They're giving us the opportunity to override staff and include them.
Right, okay.
That is correct.
Planning and or ASCC.
Yes. Yes. Yes, thank you for the clarification. And yes, to B, there's a, let's call it B2, which is Stanford's proposal to provide some funding towards that operation analysis.
Right, but I think let's be careful. I think we're conflating. This is a set of recommendations that have come up through the process that staff is not recommending, and we can go through this list and decide. It's independent of new things that Stanford's offered. So calling it a B2 is just going to confuse it. We should go through this list. If any council member wants to propose that we include this, they should speak up. That should be this process for this section. Does that make sense?
I
Okay.
absolutely agree.
Great. Did you want me to go through them one at a time first and then, or go through all of them and then have you and then have you do the.
Yeah, let's give an overview and
They
then we'll
they
come
get
back,
shorter.
circle back.
They get shorter.
Yeah.
The, how do I? That's fine. This is the recommendation to move the development 25 feet to the south. And then.
So you've lost slideshow mode.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There it is, there it is. Yeah,
There we go.
it's slow.
Okay, so Planning Commission C is a recommendation to move the development 25 feet south. And that's ASCC's number 1. There's no priority in their conditions. And then PCD is to add guest parking spaces by removing tree number 557 and adding parking. And then another is PCE is to widen the driveways to allow for guest parking in front of the homes. And then PCF is the question of a looped versus a single entry roadway with an access gate. And then PCG is incorporation of turn lanes. PCH is a review of easement language, so it's not to prohibit development of 2 additional units. I'm sorry, these were the C through H were not recommended by the Planning Commission, but there was a lot of discussion of those items. Only the top 2 were actually recommended by the Planning Commission. And then in addition, there were other ACC conditions, a new trail connection from the maintenance road to Alpine Road, and a single tier retaining wall rather than a single tier retaining wall rather than having the dual retaining walls with a landscaped area in between. So those are the descriptions. So Madam Mayor, if you wanted to take them one at a time and
Yeah, well, I think, and also just taking a step back. So as has been stated, the first 2 that we reviewed were things that there was consensus by the Planning Commission and they actually put forward.
Yes.
The other ones were all recommendations that had no consensus amongst the Planning Commission, but we also wanted to discuss them. And then as you saw, they're labeled to cross-reference the ASCC list, so you can see where there's overlap between the Planning Commission and the ASCC. Before we jump into this, I don't want to just assume that it's only the Planning Commission and ASCC list. So I wanted to give the council an opportunity if there's things that have not, that there's topics that you have in addition to the ones that have already been raised by the Planning Commission and the ASCC that are not included on, these lists, or something that you'd want to add to the discussion before we dive in.
Sure. I mean, there was a request for a simplified naturalized landscaping plan.
That's actually on the ASCC list. So
I didn't.
it wasn't
see
up
it.
there, but it is on their list.
it's actually
ASCC
included as a
number 4.
condition.
Right, but.
That's actually included as a condition.
Right, so
And
that-
Okay.
Stanford had agreed to
yeah,
that, right?
They agreed to it. So it's
Yeah.
not on this part of this list, so.
I have one procedural question that'll help me,
Yeah.
that will inform how to think about this. With other CUPs in town, and this is for you, Catherine, they're reviewed periodically to see what the impacts are, the priority zots, that type of thing. What's the situation with this project? Would it come back? And in particular, some of the things that people are worried about being concerning, and I don't want to preview what those might be. Do we get a chance to say how things are going in the future, or is this it?
So my understanding about when CUPs come back for review is when the applicant or owner seeks to modify them.
Mhm.
So if Stanford's not seeking to modify, it wouldn't necessarily come back for a decision. But I guess I would, Terrence, if you want to add to that, if there's anything within the plans, the vegetation management, that kind of thing, it requires ongoing monitoring. And also we have our mitigation monitoring plan. Maybe you could speak to that.
Yes. There are elements that have to be monitored, the mitigation monitoring, although mitigation monitoring is largely projects, monitoring that things get done, that mitigation measures take place. It's unusual, sometimes for commercial properties, and this is my experience, not in Portola Valley, sometimes for commercial properties, you can build into a conditional use permit a review period. However, for a residential project like this, it would render it infeasible if they didn't know they could go forward. So that's the one aspect. Now, in addition, of course, the town has codes and code enforcement that that can be monitoring the behavior, the performance of the activities. And if there are problems that exist, town council could obviously not site specific, but if problems arose, you could pass codes that were then be enforced by your code enforcement.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
All right. Were there any items that are not captured on these lists that we want to add before we dive in?
Not from me.
Not from you?
Yeah, I would like to add the addition of a circumferential trail around the development that would give access to the residents of the development, a recreational and an opportunity to directly connect into our trail system. i.e., I would like to see within the 25-foot easement that is on the north side of the development, a trail shown. It only has to be a 4-foot trail, but it needs to be shown on this map and it needs to be put into place. Obviously, it would be better if it was in a 50-foot easement, but it can do, we can put a trail there in 4 feet.
So specifically,
I'd like to
Mary,
see
you
that
want
as an
to
option.
add,
I would like
She
to
wants a
add
trail
for,
along the north edge of the property in that 25-foot
thank you.
space between the back of the houses and the properties off of Westridge Drive.
was she asking for that?
I mean, I've reviewed it with
Trail or
other
just the
architects.
connector?
There's really no reason not to do it.
Claire, if you're asking for, I thought I heard you say just the connector.
I'm talking about the purple line here that's been on our town trail map for the last 25 years or so, and we
Okay.
would be losing that trail. We're losing trails. We're not gaining trails here, in case anybody was under the illusion that we're actually gaining, because there are trails all through this area before that were usable.
Mary, just to
They
clarify, because I
weren't
want to make sure we're
gradable.
clear, you're asking that.
I'm asking that this purple loop that goes around the triangle be part of this, be moved forward with this project.
Okay, so we'll add that to the list for consideration.
Thank
Yeah, I
you.
guess I'm getting really confused by this process, but I mean, there's a whole set of things that the Trails Committee recommended.
Right.
So are we including all of those things? So one of them was the Alpine Trail on the north side. One of them was that purple trail going into Alpine Canyon. The other was in combination with ASCC going from the fire loop. And the fire one was described because that was part of an ASCC. But the other things that the Trail Committee recommended, so.
Yeah, I would say, like, to answer your question, because the planning commission didn't put that one forward and it's not represented, do we want to add that to the list and consider all of those things? So that is now on the
Well,
list.
I think we'd add one by one, because some are really much more obvious and some are more controversial, and really just the triangle around the triangle is all that I think is critical to integrating this residence development into the character of our town.
Do you guys want to, is there anything else we want to add? Let's be comprehensive about that maybe at this point if we can. So it sounds like there's an interest in adding the recommendations from Trails and Paths Committee globally. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Then we can discuss it.
Yes.
No, I
Okay.
just want, one thing and one thing only, which is that the residents that are really quite close to the Buckholz have on the Stanford land, not on the Buckholz land, of course, but have access to a trail that connects them to the trail system so that they can participate in our walkable, hikeable, runnable community.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're cut off from the trail system.
So if it's okay, can we just keep that within the trails conversation when we get to that? Okay. I'm going to suggest that we start with the planning commission conditions as a start and go through that way. And my recommendation is we go one by one and just get a sense if there's consensus or not. At the end of the day, the real only vote is on the EIR and recommending the overall project, but this is just to give indication and for the record, responsiveness to what the ASCC and the Planning Commission have done.
Sorry, I lost the.
And they could be conditions. We're.
And they
we can make it a condition.
Absolutely, yeah,
So that's
yes,
part of our voting.
right,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so starting with number 1, which is the
PCA.
fire maintenance road.
We should include it.
Include that condition.
I think it's a condition that we should include.
I was not inclined to include it. I was sort of, I was persuaded by Stanford's argument that there's complications around it. I didn't feel like it was for me, it's not an important part of the project. I think it's a maintenance road. It's there. It's not for public use. It's for, the use of maintenance crews. And I don't feel the need to, people will find it and use it anyway, probably, but I don't feel the need to basically encourage public access to it.
Okay, so maybe I'm confused by the process. So are we going to
going-
just decide whether to put these into further discussion or we're discussing them right now?
We are discussing them right now.
Great.
Yes,
When Jeff's
yeah.
done, I'll,
Yeah, I think he's
discuss
done.
Okay.
On A, I'm done. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
all right.
Go
so-
for it.
all right, so-
I'm not for supporting a PCA.
Mary, I'm sorry, just because the
Actually-
audio is not great, are you saying you're not in support of a PCA?
Right.
Okay,
I think, I mean, when in developments, when you have to have a fire road like this, it's not a particularly attractive trail and it should be used, it should just be an access road and not be considered a trail. Not for bringing that forward, PCA.
thank you, Mary. Craig,
So I think we should include it. I think that it's going to get used whether we include it or not. I also think that the trails that are being proposed are pretty limited and this extends it. It's also going to give people sort of more view and more, I mean, we get this great open space opportunity and I'd like to see us take advantage of that. I appreciate Stanford's concern about, whether we need to get an easement for pedestrian access. I think we could work through that, but I think we've got it there and to not use it, given I don't think we're going to get other trails for quite some time. I would say that we should go forward with it.
Judith,
It's going to be used practically. I personally recognize the challenge for Stanford if you normally have an indemnity agreement for the trails or whatever the agreement you call it is. I would envision that we need to work through some things with Stanford if we're going to make this a requirement. Because they will need some clarity around what their obligations and what the town's obligations are. And the difference between this and a normal trail is we know we're gonna have vehicles with big things in them that are very heavy. So I could support it if we have something in place with Stanford to work out to the extent we can, a fair clarification of what's allowed. And I imagine we're going to have to put signs up and, do we want that type of signage in that area, which is really going into open space. So I'm on the fence about this, but if people want to do it, we got to be thoughtful about the complications of this paved area.
So I'm inclined not to include it. I don't feel like it was the original intent. The original intent was for fire mitigation. And I think, you know, as has been said, bringing pedestrians up there has a potential fire risk. So it just seems counterintuitive to the original intent. I think it also adds complexity and a lot of questions that we don't have answers to. So I would say no for this one. So in terms of, oh, go ahead, Judith.
Yeah, I mean, I take the point that we're not going to have any trails on this property for quite some time. But I'd actually like to revisit this when we talk about the trails more generally,
Sure.
to be honest.
Thank you.
So let's circle back on that.
We can circle back, however, just as a note, I did, you know, we basically have to go with majority on these conditions. And I thought I heard a majority of 3 that didn't want to include it.
Well, like I said, I agree with you that I'd like to circle back when we talk about how we're going to think about the other trails and the
Sure.
system. I mean, we have ASCC and the PC both recommending this, and we're basically ignoring their recommendation.
I didn't hear, I listened to it again today and I was confused. I didn't hear consensus on this from the planning commission, just for the record. I think that was.
I think that's what they said, and it's certainly what we've been told. I mean,
Yeah,
That's what staff's telling us, and I think that's what I heard. I mean, it was a little bit of a chaotic meeting, but an ASCC clearly made that recommendation, so I'm hesitant to not follow through.
Sure. So the next one is another planning commission condition that was put forward. It's the additional operational analysis.
I would be inclined to replace this with Stanford's proposed condition, which is the $100,000 to evaluate that area as extensively as we care to, and you know, basically replace this with that. That would be mine.
I agree.
I like that idea.
I agree.
Oh, fast one. Mary, what are your thoughts?
I agree. I think 100,000 is probably a low ball. I know if it's worth that, using that, I just think probably $250,000 would get us closer to actually getting some reasonable solution to this problem. That's just my thought. And otherwise, I totally agree. Thank you, Stanford. Yet
Yes,
again.
thank you.
Thank you.
I think this was a good compromise, and it seems like everybody's in appreciation of that. So thank you.
And I wanted to add, because there was some public conversation about this, Stanford's providing us 100-foot right-of-way. They're not providing us 100 feet of pavement. And I think it's important that, you know, what this $100,000 gets us is the ability to do a study, both, you know, as the development impacts Alpine Road, but also potentially just the Alpine corridor issues, including evacuation. So I think that, you know, it's an important step forward, and it gets us, I think, for me, it gets what I'm after, which is safety on the Alpine corridor.
Thank you. All right, moving along. The next set are really just recommendations that were discussed by the Planning Commission but had no consensus. So the first is the recommendation to move the development 25 feet south. This aligns also with ASCC number 1.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's realistic to do. I mean, I get the idea of creating more space, but I just, in terms of you look at the drawings and what you're right up against that hillside, and you look at the contour map suddenly becoming very, very dense. And I just, you know, I don't think it's realistic. So.
Mary, did you want to chime in on this one?
Well, no, I mean, I'm willing to forgo this. If you can just put a trail in there, I'll be fine within the 25-foot we already have. Anyway, but the answer is, I agree that it has been striking that it seems unrealistic. And doesn't really solve the problem. Maybe it improves the animal corridor issue a little bit, but it does, on the other hand, encroach on the other end of the animal corridor. So I'm not sure how much we're actually gaining, unless it means that I would get my trail, the trail for this village, along that border. But I don't think it needs to. I don't think we necessarily need to have that moved in order to be able to get that trail. From what I've talked
Thank
to
you,
the
Mary.
architects.
Craig?
Yeah, I agree. I think with both Jeff and Mary, I think we can put a trail in there without moving the development. And I think asking them to move the development at this point is kind of a bridge too far.
Judith?
I agree. I think the cost benefit isn't completely clear to me. It's a big ask. So I would not impose that requirement.
I agree with that. And my understanding is also doing that would be counter to the Housing Accountability Act, which I think we'd start to run into problems with this one if we did that. So that's another reason not to pursue it. All right, the next one are all parking topics. So the first is, this is a small item, but it was adding some additional guest. My suggestion is that we discuss kind of guest parking a little bit more holistically, which is D and E, but D is really adding a couple of spaces by removing the tree. E is widening the driveway at each parcel in order to accommodate correct me if I'm wrong, Terrence, but a parallel spot versus a front and back and forth spot.
Yes, that's correct. It would leave the parallel spot as well, but it would add an additional frontage.
Okay.
But it would impact the look and feel of the neighborhood and clearly increasing the hardscape.
Yeah, it was noted that the hardscape goes up from 25 to 52% of the parcel.
Are there any
When does
issues
that
on,
happen? Sorry.
are there any issues with respect to fire department access if you do that? Do we have room to do that and still have the access?
If you could add to that condition to make it clear that that fire department access would supersede that would supersede that if in any place. It wouldn't be a problem overall, but there could be a corner that it created some sort of issues.
But presumably there's a trade-off. I hear the impervious surface issue, but there's only so much space in that condensed area. So what would we be triggering if why wasn't that included in the first place? Is it mainly look and feel, which is an impervious surface? Are those the two considerations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are we
Anybody?
talking about E or D? Which one are we talking about?
D and E together,
Both.
just we're
and E.
just talking about guest
Sorry.
parking in general.
Do
Okay.
you want to go first, Judith?
Yeah, I don't see the benefit of gaining one or two guest parking spots by removing the tree. I am very sensitive to the number of trees being removed already, and that's out of proportion to the benefit. Widening the driveway, that might be something. I hadn't seen that, but again, the impervious surface going up is inconsistent with a Portola Valley feel for me.
Yeah, agreed. And I'm not terribly concerned about guest parking, just based on everything I've seen in the assessments. So I mean, it feels like we're creating problems for something that's not, to me, a huge problem we're solving.
So
Craig?
I think looking at parking holistically, I think I'd rather just let staff work with Stanford. I mean, if Stanford feels they need more parking, I would be okay if we had to remove a couple of trees to get there. But I don't think it's a requirement that we should impose. I also think staff should work with Stanford on an overflow parking plan. Because I don't understand, are people allowed to park on the street? Because it's pretty clear if you're going to have a party or something that I think you could easily use up all the parking that's in this place. So I think the idea that thinking about how you're going to deal with excess number of cars. And if they can park on the street like you can do in a regular residential area, then I think it's fine. If you can't because the HOA prohibits it, then I think you'd need some other plan. So I would just ask that staff work with Stanford to make sure that they think they've got a reasonable overflow parking plan.
Mary? Here's-
I am
just for clar-
visualizing,
Oh.
I think we should need to bring forward, at least allow staff and the bicycle pedestrian and traffic committee to work on this. Because it seems to me logical to have a wider driveway, have there be able to be parking on at least one side of the drive and have it be a circle, so that it was all one way. And I think working with the fire department to make that safe is important, but I don't think we should just give up on that. Really, for a quality of life, having single directional traffic is a big help.
So we'll get to
it
the
gets rid of the
PCF in a
business.
minute, but right now we were just talking about parking. So I think what I was hearing from
Well,
you
that's what I'm
is,
saying. In other words, if you have a wider road that's safer and you
This is a
can park on the
driveway.
road. for overflow.
so the
Yeah.
proposal is widening the driveway so that it's a
Yeah, I'm
double.
not for widening the driveway.
Okay, so you're a no.
If you're talking about the individual driveways? yeah,
Yes, that's
I'm
what
not.
PCE is.
Mm-mm.
So you're no. Sorry, Terrence,
Yeah.
did you have something?
No, I was just going to point out that this Stanford hasn't agreed to this proposal and they're
Right.
opposed to it.
Right.
And there is additional cost on some of these items. So
Right.
this is, and I really should have stressed that earlier because that's part of the reason staff didn't include one. We're trying to keep town on the right side of the Housing
not trivial.
Accountability Act.
Yep. Thank you for
Right.
pointing that out.
But
All right, well-
I don't think they're asking for it, so I think.
Yeah, generally, I think that we have pretty strong consensus here on those two. So, okay, let's move on to the looped, double entry versus a single entry.
One
Oh, sorry.
question, Sarah, on D, do we have consensus on that? Because I heard Craig saying he would let staff work out with Stanford. I'm affirmatively opposed to that, and I don't know where the rest of you
Okay.
are.
Sorry, thank you for,
Mhm.
I thought I kind of heard a majority no, because I thought I heard no from you, and I thought I heard no from Jeff, and I'm a no.
Okay,
So that's
okay,
majority.
got it. Thank you.
And I'm a no.
So we're back on PCF.
I will say that staff, if you don't need to make it a condition, staff heard the desire to work with Stanford and see what we could do, but you could also make that a condition, but we can make note of your concern.
Right, but I just want to be clear that I was suggesting some tree removal would be okay. I'm hearing the majority of the council say that is not okay. So I don't think staff should work on a plan with Stanford to potentially remove trees. On the other hand, I think I heard we're okay with you working with Stanford to think about an overflow parking.
That's what I was
Definitely.
referring
Is
to.
that, did
Definitely.
that capture it
Agree.
correctly? Yeah.
And I
I'm sorry, that's what I was referring to.
So this is an instance where I'm unclear, because I agree, I think that that's an important addition. Do we make that as a condition, or like, what's the difference between we're encouraging staff to talk to Stanford versus like actually making it a condition? Or should we think about that?
Well, do we even have a legal right to make that a
Oh, we
condition?
probably don't, actually.
I mean,
We could ask Stanford if they agree to it. I don't know if we've had these discussions already about this type of plan.
Very brief discussions, so you could ask them.
well, I don't know. John, do you want to
Then we,
speak to this question?
Is this specifically regarding the overflow parking?
Yes.
requirement?
Just generally versus like a spot by spot,
Yeah.
piecemeal.
Correct. I'm a very unpopular person, so I don't know about large parties, so this.
You have no friends.
Have no
Yeah.
friends. No, I think that's something that
All work
it's a
in Noble.
condition we can agree to. It's helpful. It also gives our HOA very specific information moving forward, because they're the ones ultimately going to have to maintain. So I think we can agree to that.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
That's great. All right, so now moving on to PCF.
I definitely would prefer, I definitely favor the 2-entry roadway. My one question is, I'm hearing people say looped in a one-way driveway. Would the driveway be one way, or would traffic go both ways on that double, with 2 entries? I assume the traffic would still go both directions, but
That is correct.
Okay. I would support keeping the 2 entries the way it was originally proposed.
Mary, do you want to, I mean, you obviously had an alternative.
I would only see, I would only support the 2 entrants if we had a one-way road. Otherwise, I'd
We know
want it
Woodside Fire has said they want a 2-way road, just so you know,
Yeah,
Mary.
but we didn't discuss the question of whether having it wider would make a difference to their opinion.
They wanted a 2-way road regardless.
Very clear.
They were very clear about that.
You talked to them?
Terrence did,
I
sorry.
did. At some length, the fire marshal.
And this is for egress for the
Why?
residents?
That's the second I've asked that question. Why?
I can't speak for their reasoning, but they were very clear that they in all cases want to see 2-way roadways. They don't want to see one-way roadways.
All right, so Mary, just because we are just trying to go through these, in terms of a single entry versus a double entry, where do you land?
Yes. I guess this is going to depend on how it works out, but I guess I have to go along with I think both the SEC and the Planning Commission wanted a single entry, didn't they, in the end?
There was no consensus on the Planning Commission.
But there was on the SEC, is that right?
I don't know, to be honest.
No.
I don't think there was consensus from either on this topic. This was just a recommendation with no consensus. Do you want to abstain?
Okay. No, no. The only question is whether we're bringing it forward or bringing it forward. All right. Yeah,
Mary,
I'll abstain.
we're basically,
Yeah,
are we
help me.
gonna ask for a condition that makes it a single entry roadway or not? That's the question.
Thank you.
And if you don't feel, you can abstain if you don't want to answer.
Yeah, I don't like either option. So I'll abstain.
Okay,
Okay, so I think we should have 2 entrances as proposed on the plan. And I would actually combine this with G. I think the $100,000 is the thing that lets us look at whether we need turn lanes and what the safety of having the 2 entrances and what we can do to mitigate. And we have $100,000 to both do the study and basically pay for some mitigation. So I would be in favor of leaving it the way it is and not doing a single entry.
Judith.
Yeah, I agree. Thinking about living near the turnaround area and having that number of trips. I mean, the UPS guy is my favorite guy. And he would become their enemy. But seriously, it just doesn't seem to make a ton of sense to just have it be one way, given the feedback on the safety that we have today. I still remain quite concerned, to Craig's point, incorporating the turn lanes. I don't think we put that aside as a town completely. I think we have to use the money that we have to do the right study, and it may turn out that that turn lane makes a lot of sense for the town. But based on what I'm hearing today, I can't say it's necessary. So I would support that type of study to do a proper evaluation outside the scope of the project with some of the money that we're getting.
I agree with that exactly. So
I agree with that exactly.
Okay.
consensus.
All right. So we have consensus on that. Moving on to PCH. Updating the language so not to prohibit in the future the development of 2 additional units in the open space.
And I'll speak to that. I would be against that. I think we should have the open space and we should have a conservation easement or its equivalent. And Stanford's already agreed to that. I think we should stay with what Stanford's, proposed. I mean, it is open space. Open space and trails are, as I've been saying, they're part of the ethos of Portola Valley. So I would be against this.
I would as well.
Me too.
Well, with that.
Well, then, yeah.
I mean, it's not a hill I would die on. I'd be okay with the possibility of 2 more units. I mean, it's just at some point, but, I guess, to me, there's
just
very little harm in allowing, in keeping open the possibility of the 2 units. We don't have to approve them in the future. It would just be sort of saying, I mean, if you ignore this, then you're saying that we'll never have 2 more units. And I'd rather leave open the possibility of two units we may never actually ask for, they may never actually want to build. But I'm already outvoted even if I stay that. So I'm fine with where we're landing, I think.
Yeah, and I may be misunderstanding, but based on my listening to the discussion on this, I thought it was also the intent to say, looking ahead to like a future housing element, do we want to, keep the door open if we'd want expansion here? So my understanding is that was the intent. So I would have been supported for future housing elements, but I'm in the minority. So I think this one
Sounds
is
like
shot
it.
down.
Fair.
So.
And we're only
um,
talking about two houses, is that correct?
The,
2 units?
no, the planning commission, I'm sorry for this, for the summary here. Planning commission was talking about both, essentially not having a conservation easement over the other property in case sometime in the future housing wanted to be
Right.
developed. No, actually, and I should say, it was a commissioner, not the planning commission. So there was no consensus.
Yeah.
There was no consensus on this.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
I mean, we already know that the rest of the site is really not that amenable to more buildings. So we're not, I don't think we should be counting on a lot more units in the future anyway. So I'm not, like I said, this is not a hill I plan to die on.
All right. Moving on to the additional ASCC conditions that were not taken up by the planning commission. There was a request to add a trail connection, from, I believe, the end of the top of the Fire Road down to Alpine Road.
Well, down to Alpine Canyon.
No.
Oh, I thought it was
Trail
Alpine
They're
Road.
Well,
just talking, no. Well, I think I understand this one, and I think it does go through sensitive areas that we shouldn't be pushing Stanford on.
Yeah, and I mean, I looked at the map, that's not clear, but I think the request, if you looked at the map showed it going from the fire turnaround down along the edge of the canyon and down to the Alpine Canyon Trail. It's this one, it's like,
Right.
it goes sort of down there and it hits the Alpine Canyon Trail.
Oh,
So
going
it's
this way.
Yeah, it goes this way down,
I was
so.
like, I thought
Oh,
was
it goes,
down there.
goes more directly north,
Well,
more
technically
directly
not,
north and west, and east,
No.
north and east.
I would say more west
Yeah.
and then north and hit the Alpine Canyon Trail.
Can we look at a map? I can't
Yeah.
see the map.
And this might be a good opportunity just to broaden
trail.
to the
That's
whole
what I was
trails
gonna add.
conversation.
Yeah.
So let's
Yeah.
do that. And Craig, would you like to take a lead on that?
Sure. So, I mean, I spent some time talking with John, and you saw that they had some language on the applicant shall participate in a future town study if conducted of possible locations for 1 or more additional trails. I would be in favor of that. I would include the fire road in this conversation. That's not committing because I already heard that as a group we're not there, but I think in terms of actually doing the study, we should study the implications of that because otherwise the trail off the fire road becomes a non-issue. So I think that we should include the fire road as part of that. And I think we should basically decide whether the town wants to have that study. I think it's up to the town to initiate the study and that Stanford would participate. And that feels like the right balance. So Stanford should be involved in any discussions we're having. But to the trail committee's position is, they're trying to create a trail network so that there are more intersections and there are more places to walk. And I think that, again, I would say that open space and trails are the ethos of Portola Valley. So I'm supportive of those trails, but I also understand Stanford's position without doing further study, they're not ready to go there. And that seems reasonable to me. So I would recommend that we do the study and then figure out if there's something to do in that regard. So I like their language.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, Mary.
Oh, I have a request that if maybe some could be working on while we're doing these discussions, but there's a map, the LiDAR map, that the Trail Committee provided that shows, in addition, it shows where the trails are currently. And it also shows some things about artifacts and where artifacts are currently. And it would illuminate the subjects like what the Alpine Canyon Trail, where it is, et cetera, because you can see it on the LiDAR map. And I don't know if anybody can put that up. I think it would be helpful. But if
So
it's impossible.
Yeah.
Can I finish?
Yeah,
I just
I'm
put
not-
it in there that
Mar-
in general,
I'm-
the LiDAR map should be referred to in order to be
Mary.
able to see that we're not doing damage.
Mary,
with it.
sorry, I know it's so hard when you're joining remotely. Craig was kind of in the middle of his comment, so I just wanted to bring
Oh,
it back to
sorry,
him.
go for it.
And I guess, Craig, I'm just wondering if you would be willing to just frame all of the trail?
I'm about
Okay,
to, yeah, thank you.
wonderful.
Yeah. So when I think about this, I kind of think about breaking it into three pieces. There are the trails that are on the general plan, and that's the purple lines that we see here. There are the additional proposed trails. So there's that purple line that goes off the red, that basically the Trail Committee is proposing that we do. There's the Alpine Canyon Trail, which is going up to technically it's the west, but going up on the screen. And then there's a trail that doesn't show up on that map that starts off of the turnaround and basically goes up and then to the right and connects into that purple trail. So I would propose for let's just take them in sort of order. So there's a connection from Alpine Road up to the Stanford sort of red circle, right? So that's the one that goes behind the development. And I would propose we make that a condition. So I think that's the first one I would do is I would make it a condition that they do that. There's the trail that goes
Wait,
along
could
the
you-
front of the development. And I would propose that we make a condition that they move the trail back as is practical to make it a more pleasant, rather than being right on Alpine Road. And given it's all going to get torn up for undergrounding and the rest of the stuff, I think it's reasonable to then rebuild the trail. So the goal there should just be to make the trail experience along Alpine Road more pleasant. As I said, I'd like to see the pedestrian access, the fire road, but what I'd do instead is I'd say, let's bundle that with the trail that goes off of the fire circle and that little extra purple one and put that in the study. And that's what I was bringing up earlier, that Stanford had provided some legal language for participating with us if we initiated the study. So those are kind of the three pieces. So does that make sense?
Yeah, so we're organizing it as the connector is what I'm going to call it.
And the connector being
The
from
little-
Alpine to their red trail?
So I see it as, I think it's where his cursor is. Wait.
Where's his cursor?
Was up there, right at that neck.
Where's the cursor?
Oh,
Oh, that's.
Go ahead.
that
purple and
direction.
red
Yeah, I thought it was this spot.
North on Alpine.
This. I thought that's what
Yeah, but from Alpine to there.
Okay,
That's the one that goes behind the development.
right.
Yeah, so that's, because they've already proposed the red. So I'm not asking for any change. I mean, that we keep that, but they connect from Alpine on, I'll say the right side, that line that starts and goes behind the development, angling up at sort of a 45-degree angle and connects into their red, that we make that
Yes.
connection. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
It makes sense. I thought there were issues there with easements and all
I'm a
kinds of stuff.
No, this is,
No,
I'm-
it's on Stanford land.
yeah, this is all in Stanford land. We haven't moved off Stanford land. This is the old Woodside Horse Trail. It's on Stanford land. The gates are still there.
Talking about this now, Jeff?
Yeah.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
I mean, people have expressed concerns on frankly, on both sides of that trail, the concerns for the privacy of people on that side of the Portola Terrace development, but also the residents on the western side. I'm kind of sensitive to that argument. I feel like I mean, we've had this discussion with the ranch where these trails run between houses and not everyone's happy with that. I mean, I know that trail kind of exists kind of de facto right now. I'm a little hesitant about it.
But it's on the general plan.
I understand.
Yeah. I mean,
I think the hesitation is mostly not knowing it. It's way far, it's not close to the riparian zone at all. The creek has been diverted into the private properties. It's on the other side of, it's on the Stanford side, clearly. And I think there's been some use of language which made the neighbors feel like we were talking about a new trail that somehow going to affect them. It's not, it's going to be a small trail that's distant. And the third thing is about the privacy of the residents. Personally, there's nothing better than having a trail next to your back gate that gets you out into the country. That's a real gift you're giving these residents. You're not taking something away. And it's pretty selecting for people who actually want to be in a trailed community, who want to be able to walk and hike to where they want to get. How are the people otherwise going to get to Ladera, for example?
All right,
in their
Judith?
car. Much better to go out
No,
the
they can
back
walk
and
down the
walk
loop road to
there.
the Alpine Road, the front of the Alpine Road trails.
Right, but the idea is to
walk
provide some more
down the
coverage.
road.
I have a feeling we're
That's
not going to have
great.
agreement on these, so let's
Yeah.
just go through and
Yeah,
just because
I-
everybody's getting tired. Judith, we
Yeah.
haven't heard from you, so.
Yeah, I'm a supporter of that connector. I think it could be kind of cool for people to get into the loop from that side as well as the other side, including for the residents there. And I take your statement about privacy seriously. That being said, you got to realize I'm biased because I live right next to two trails and there's a see-through fence, right outside my
Yeah.
window. So there are some benefits. I know that's going to vary per individual, but I think on principle, because it's on the general plan, it should be observed.
Okay, so on that one, we have a majority. So in terms of, to use your phraseology, more pleasant Alpine Road trail experience.
Yep, okay.
Thoughts on that particular aspect?
I'm a little confused on whether that changes where the development is. Like, is there room for it, I guess is my question. to
Yeah, I
be
mean,
moved in?
it would be in the scenic corridor. It would be out of the road right away in the 75 feet of 70, but no, in no way is this a request to move the development
Okay.
to make room for it.
Okay.
This is just to the degree practical. And I think there's a couple of places, I trust the engineers. There may be a couple of places, John was sort of alluding to this, that maybe there's some wetland and some other stuff, and we need to look at it, and maybe the right thing is to put a little
So-
boardwalk, or maybe it's to move it out, and
So the other issue is that the nice treed view into the development that he projected up, a trail may well interfere with those trees. So I don't know today. Yeah, you could go like that, as Judy Murphy is indicating, and that could be very cool.
Yep.
But I don't know today how to prescribe that. So I'd be open to it because I think it could be really nice to move it back. But I don't know that I know enough today to say how.
so could I make a suggestion? I think if we basically left the final trail details to be worked out with staff and have a liaison with a council member and a trail committee member,
Mhm.
and that, if we can zigzag through the trees, awesome. If we have to pop out toward Alpine Road around the trees and then back in, so be it. But I
Mhm.
think between staff and a council member and a trail committee member, I think we could sort that out.
Yeah, and I would prioritize keeping the look and feel from the road as to try and get to that vista that was projected up earlier. So that would be my priority if you have to make choices. But
All
I
right.
think that committee kind of approach, or the several people could.
I mean,
help.
what we have now is acceptable.
Yeah.
It could be improved
Yeah.
with, but it should be done
Yeah.
cautiously. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so here
Actually,
consensus on,
what we
whoops,
have now, there's a couple of can I say something?
of
My
course.
turn? Okay, Katie.
Yeah.
What we have now, there's a couple of heritage oaks that are on the wrong side, are about to obstruct the trail completely. That if we could just step that back and around those heritage oaks, it would save the lives of those oaks. It seems pretty clear to me that we're gonna have to change the fence. And I think that was what Judy was trying to point out. The fence is gonna have to be changed in order to be able to make the trail more aesthetic. And that would probably have to be an expense that Stanford would have to bear. Because Judy was saying there was wordage that we had to keep the fence there. We need to be able to
All right.
step the fence back and let the trail go behind the trees, some of the heritage trees.
Mary, I think what I'm hearing from you though is you're in support of the recommendation that.
100%.
As-
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Including that,
and-
I think we need to change the fencing as well. And I personally think that one trail person, having done the 8.3 miles of trails in Blue Oaks, just having one trail person do it, it makes it so much easier for Stanford rather than having to deal with a town council person in a subcommittee and so forth. You know, it's pretty it's pretty basic. You just
So
go out
I'm
and
just
do
trying
it.
to,
You just
I'm
get
sorry
out.
to cut you off, Mary. I'm just trying to keep us focused on the decisions at hand. So the third and final item within the trails was the Fire Road, and Councilmember Taylor is recommending that be something that would be part of the study.
I wrote down 4 things.
Oh,
I know
sorry.
you had 3.
Yeah.
But I think that is related to the trail with the fire trail, looking at that build out of the trail from there, from the
Yeah.
fire road all the way up and around. I think those two you're talking about those together, right?
Right. If we don't
Okay.
have this.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was proposing the study included the fire road, the trail from the turnaround down to, and potentially that other purple line connecting out
Mhm.
to Alpine, because those are all things that the trail can, I don't know whether they make sense, but that's the idea. The study would help
To
us
look at it.
understand that.
Okay. I think that makes sense.
Can I ask a clarifying question from staff perspective? And forgive me, Terrence, if you already have this figured out, but I just wanted to clarify because Stanford proposed some kind of general language about this study that, if my notes are correct, just referred to additional trail segments, but didn't actually specify the 4 locations that you're talking about. And I wanted to clarify whether Stanford's language was acceptable or whether you're suggesting that we
Could we see the
specify.
language again?
I think you'd need to pull up Stanford's presentation.
Yep. I can read it to you.
Okay.
So the applicant shall participate in a future town study, if conducted, of possible locations for one or more additional trail segments on the property. This condition shall not read to obligate the applicant to fund or conduct such a study, to dedicate any property interest, or to construct or pay to construct any improvements in connection with potential additional trail segments. And the goal here is we'd have the study and then we would talk, but just because they joined the study did not obligate them to anything. And I think that that's fair. I think the idea is that this is a study to see if we can find kind of a there, and if we can, then we can go forward.
Who funds the study?
We do.
We fund the study.
Yeah, I think we have to. Well, then we won't do it. But the reality is, I don't think we have the right to ask Stanford to fund it.
I agree with that.
So,
Yes.
so I think that this, and I had originally wrote this when I was thinking about this stuff before I had talked to John and the lawyer language, was basically something along the line of Stanford agrees to work with the town to evaluate the construction of 2 additional connections to the Westridge Alpine Canyon Trail, roughly based on the trail committee map. The town will be responsible for initiating the study. That's my non-lawyer version.
And
So,
more or less it's just, sorry. more or
Yeah.
less it's just saying that there will be this, if the town is able to fund a study,
Yes.
there will be a study that will consider these things and Stanford's willing to participate. That's as far, of course.
Yep.
But Catherine, is your question, are we actually imposing a condition on the first 2 points? Or was your question only on that other?
My question was whether the council was agreeable to Stanford's proposal or whether you wanted to further modify it.
Yeah, I would like to further modify. I mean, my proposal was to add the fire road to that. And so, I mean, they just say possible locations for one or more additional trail segments. So I would like it to include the fire road as a possible pedestrian access. And again, this is a study. This isn't, requiring it.
But I'm a little worried we're talking apples and oranges.
Okay.
So at the risk of
Yeah, no,
being
go ahead.
repetitive. That study would be for the fire road and that trail that is not on their diagram, like those pieces. But we would actually impose an affirmative condition to do the connector trail and an affirmative condition to work with people on the town to figure out a new configuration of Alpine.
Right. This is a third thing, not,
Yeah.
yeah. The other, there was 1, 2, and this is 3.
3 and 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Is that
So
making
you're
sense?
accepting Stanford's proposal
With the
and you're
modification.
also
Adding 2 conditions.
adding
it
2
sounds like.
additional conditions. And Terrence, I want to check with you because I didn't write them down. Are you comfortable with, did you catch the conditions in terms of?
John, but we can make a copy of what Stanford provided.
Right, but I think we're starting to get confused here. So
Right.
let me try to take a run at this again. So the first condition is that we're going to do a trail realignment across the front of the property. And we're going to move the trail where feasible, with the goal of making the trail experience more pleasant. That's a condition.
Alpine Trail.
Alpine trail along the
Currently
frontage.
exists, it gets reconfigured.
Yeah, that's,
And just for the record, let's say that I think there's consensus amongst all 5 council members for that one.
yeah, good. Okay, so that's the first condition. The second condition is that Stanford build a trail on the north side of the development from Alpine Road to a connection with their proposed loop. And that's the purple line that's on the kind of on the right-hand side of the screen, more or less diagonally up to the left.
And that one, I believe you have 3 votes or
Yes. I think
3
that- yes.
in support. So you have a majority.
Yeah, so that was 3. And then the third condition
The only thing I
was,
don't, okay. I think it's
should I continue?
fairly
Sure.
important that that be called a wilderness trail. Otherwise, Stanford's going to build us an overbuild, a path, which we don't want. We just want a wilderness trail.
You want it not to be paved, Mary, is that correct?
Yeah, I want it to be simple and respectful of the land. Like the heritage trees that are back there, you can go around them and it can be part of the experience.
Right, so you wanted to follow the trail guidelines of the town.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right, so then the third condition was the study that we're talking about. So I think, Catherine, this is what you're trying to get at. So Stanford provided us legal language for the third condition. And my only addition is, all it says is 1 or more additional trail segments. I think I would add the fire access road to that, just to be clear, so that we don't get into, well, it's not a trail, because I'd like it to be part of the study. Because otherwise the trail that starts off the loop at the top and goes down doesn't make any sense. If you can't go up the fire road, then that would sort of imply that we might build a whole nother trail. So I just like it to be an option to study.
Maybe add including the fire road would be your proposal. So
Yeah.
keep their
with
language,
that.
but add including the fire road.
Because we didn't have consensus on the fire road.
No, and so
Yeah,
I'm asking, this is.
yeah. So,
Let's know what this is study, sure.
okay, Mary,
I'm in support of Craig's idea.
okay, all right. So majority.
I
Thank you. I
think
do-
that I personally think we're overblowing the idea of the study. I think it can be done without making it into a huge deal. I think we can do it informally like we did with the Blue Oaks Trail. If Stanford is willing to, or if it's part of the conditions to get these plan out to the best usability, I think it can be done without a quote formal study. I think it can be done by amateurs, so to speak, the Trails
Okay.
Committee.
Okay. well-
Thank you, Mary. So that concludes the
Well, I think that-
trails part, right?
Well, just the only other thing I had sort of, and I don't think this is a condition per se, but I would like to, and I want to see what the council thinks, is to have the final trail details worked out with staff, liaison with a council member and a trail member. Because I mean, there's going to be details like, well, should we go to the left around this tree or right around this tree? Or, what do we do about this, puddle here? And I don't want it to keep coming back to Trails Committee or the council. So I
Yeah,
think a small
I
group
agree.
that could work with staff and work with Stanford makes sense to me.
Sure. That's fine. I think this is going to be so far in the future, given our budget situation. So, however you
Well,
guys want to
but I
word it.
think, but this is a
Can't it just
proposal
be
for
the
both.
Trails Committee? The Trails Committee would do it right away.
Right, but I'm trying to not make I want it just to be something between staff and a non-Brown Act body. I don't
Right.
want to turn it into, we have to have meetings to do this. And this isn't just for the
Absolutely.
third condition, this is for all three conditions. So like if they start putting together the Alpine connector, from Alpine up to their thing, and they go, well, what should we do about this tree or whatever? I think this group could talk about that. And likewise, if it's going along the frontage road and it's like, do we go back out or do we weave into the trees? So I'm just proposing that this is a mechanism to work through some of the minor details, whereas I think we've sketched out the larger, overall picture.
Right. I would think that makes
Okay.
sense.
Okay. Are we?
Madam Mayor, I do have one thing to bring up about your number 2. A trail on that location, the connector trail, was not analyzed in the environmental document. So now, if it's right up against the property fence and it's just very distant from any riparian areas, I believe it's called I believe Councilmember Hupkey called it a
Wilderness trail.
wilderness trail.
Wilderness, it's called a wilderness trail.
It may be okay, but we have to be very careful that we don't include as a condition of a project something that hasn't been analyzed environmentally. And in addition, this has been discussed with Stanford to some extent, so I do believe that before you finalize this, you should hear from Stanford about what their concerns are about a connector trail in that location. That's just my recommendation. It's up to you.
Yeah,
whether you
no,
want to.
let's hear it.
But we have heard their concern is privacy. John's been clear
John,
from
do
the
you want
beginning.
to, I just, per Terrence's recommendation, I would love to have John just come and underscore what has been said.
Yeah, I totally acknowledge the Portola Valley emphasis on trails. I totally understand that. So I think I hear Terrence's concern environmentally. We are, to me, that's still part of the disturbed footprint of the project. But I think from a secret perspective, we're probably okay with that. My preference would be if we are going to do the trail, I'd rather build it before we put people in the homes so they know what they're getting into.
Yeah, agreed.
So that they know it's there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And thank you for humoring me.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you raised that.
Okay.
Okay, so
Thank
thank
you,
you.
John.
Thank you for leading us through that. Did you have a question, Jeff? No. Okay, so I feel like at this point, we're trying to outline the conditions. So I heard a condition about an overflow parking plan. We just reviewed the trails conditions. I wanted to raise also conditions that have been suggested from the Conservation Committee. I heard 2, and I believe I'm unclear on where this one stands because I know it was a recommendation from the ASCC as well. Is this in here or not?
Simplified.
The simplified natural landscaping.
It's already a condition of the project. Steph's incorporated that.
It's already there. Great. Okay. And then what about prohibiting structures or parking or hardscape in the setback?
Well, since, given the other conditions that you've agreed to, there's no turnaround.
Right.
So there's, and
You don't
there's,
even
and
really
and
need
there's
it.
no hardscape proposed as part of the project.
Okay.
Except for, of course, the driveway itself, which is necessary to make
Right.
access.
Okay.
So in other words, you don't need to regulate something you're not going to include.
Okay. All
So
right.
did we agree on the condition of the overflow parking? I can't remember. Did we?
Yes, we
So
agreed.
did
There
agree
was
to- okay, good,
consensus on
good.
that one. So,
Yeah.
so the conditions of the overflow parking plan, the
Right.
trails
Yeah.
things.
And so then the other question I wanted to ask is, do we need to do anything about the open space, or we agreed on that as well? This was the dedicated open space. Like, this is what Stanford proposed. I just want to
Agreed.
make sure that we're following that proposal.
It's in the,
Voted no on that one.
it's in the condition.
Oh.
Well, no,
No.
no, we voted no on
That was
building
this
more
one.
housing.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of basically not dedicating.
But
this
it's
open
in
space.
their it's in the packet as assuming that the open space would be documented.
Correct. It
in
is,
the
it is a condition of
correct way.
approval that it be
Yeah.
in place for as long as
Yeah.
the project existed.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, so we don't need a condition for that.
Correct.
Yeah, perfect. That's what thank you.
So then in some, the only two new ones, well, the trails one is more, I guess that's two. Is the trails one 3 or is it
You can call it 3.
I think it's 3.
3? So the overflow parking plan and the 3 trails. Correct?
Yeah. that
All
sounds-
right.
And the 100,000 for the
Yeah.
traffic
Yes.
study.
Great. Okay.
Yes.
Anything else?
Now I got it.
Terrence, I just want to make sure that we can write this up and that you're comfortable with the verbiage. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone's patience with the process. There was a lot to go through. So where are we now, Catherine, in terms of next, like the votes here?
So I actually believe you could move forward with consideration of the 2 resolutions. So the first resolution, I don't know if you have a slide about this, Terrence. The first resolution is a resolution that would certify the environmental impact report. And then the second resolution is resolution approving the project, including the vesting tentative map, the CUP, the conditions, the BMR agreement that we've talked about. And that second resolution would be the one where you are adding the 5 conditions. That's a lot of text right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there just a list of, I mean, I hear what you just said, Catherine, but I mean, can we just take them one at a time? So it sounds like certifying the EIR is the first one.
Correct.
Okay, so can we start there, Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Are you,
Yeah.
are you prepared are you ready for a motion?
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
we're ready for a motion. So yes.
I move that we certify the EIR as presented.
Is there a second?
So I'm willing to second it if after we second it, we have discussion before we vote,
Sure.
because we haven't had discussion on it yet. So,
Okay.
so I will second that.
Okay.
And then I would ask for discussion.
Sure.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, so my only piece of this is I find this whole thing pretty frustrating. I feel like I'm being asked to certify an extremely complicated legal document that, as far as I can tell, only CEQA lawyers actually understand what the issues are. So I'm going to vote for this based on the experts, but it's not based on my ability to analyze this realistically. I just have to look at what the experts tell me. And that's quite frustrating to me, that I'm in a position where the nuances are so complicated and so convoluted. So I think that's my only comment. I will vote for this, but it doesn't make me happy to have to sort of put my stamp on something that is hard to understand.
Well,
Thank you, Craig. Do you want to have some comments, Judith?
Yeah, it's been a long process. I remember being on the planning commission when we started the EIR and how much engagement there was and how much impressive input there was in every direction you could imagine. It's bewildering to the layperson, even people who are used to reading complicated documents. It's a world unto itself to understand what an EIR actually is, what it isn't, how it's prepared, how you bring in experts and how much you rely on them. So I do understand what Craig is saying in that respect. The way I do look at it is it is nevertheless the town council's job to certify, and no other town council has a group of EIR experts on it. So we're in as good a position as one can be. From what I've heard from staff, we've engaged appropriate experts and, well-regarded people who have significant expertise. So, that's the nature of this job. It's not particularly comfortable for people who really like to get it right, on a personal level, but in that respect, I do think we've done, the town collectively has done what people do to get these right. There's nothing perfect, and some of it's counterintuitive. You look at some of this and go, oh, that literally doesn't make sense to me unless you know all this backdrop. So I appreciate the long efforts of staff to educate me on what these things are and aren't. And I appreciate, Stanford's patience with our process, because we weren't responsible for COVID, but we've had a lot going on. So I do want to thank them for bearing this out and being available for a lot of questions recently. So I would support it.
Judith, Mary?
Well, I think this is where I'm supposed to give my speech, that I acknowledge that I previously expressed concern and opposition to earlier versions of this project and submitted comments on the DEIR. I feel that I followed it closely. As a council member, I take seriously my duties to consider all the facts in the record and testimony at this hearing with an open mind, and have done so tonight, serving as a fair and impartial decision maker. I wish that the FDIR had gotten a more robust, positive response from Stanford, from the comments that were made. But I am in support. I will vote for this at this point. The environmental impact report.
Can I add one more thing to that? Just, I would say that, this process has been sort of screwed up. This was our EIR, right? We are the ones who commissioned this EIR. So I keep hearing people sort of refer to this as Stanford's EIR, but this was the one that we commissioned. Stanford had to respond to some of the stuff, but I think if you don't like the way the process went, you have to put that squarely on us, unfortunately. So just.
I know. I know.
Hmm.
That's why
I guess I'm going to defend this process a little bit. Yeah, it's a lot of material. A lot of it's complicated. I do not claim to be an expert on any of it, nor was that my job. But having read through, the draft, the comments and the responses to the comments in the final EIR, I found it well written to the point where I didn't have to understand the details of the argument, but I understood the gist of it. I mean, I thought it was very well communicated. I had the information I needed to feel comfortable about the decision I was making. So I actually feel like this process worked more or less the way it was intended. And there was, those comments went on for, there are hundreds of pages of public comments, and people went into great detail, and the responses went into impressive detail. So every time somebody raised a comment, about fire safety, about seismic concerns, I also found exactly the detailed response to it that I needed to feel comfortable about them. So I will thank staff and all of our consultants, a whole bunch of people who went to great lengths to make, I've said over the years that this job is drinking from a fire hose, and a lot of people made, this particular drink from the fire hose tolerable for me. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that I would add to that, without being redundant of many of the comments that have been said, is the enormous amount of community feedback that we had and participation we had in the process. So Of course, it's been prolonged because of, COVID and other things, but I do feel like we have had really high level of engagement on this process, even though it was very prolonged. So where are we on the motion? We definitely have a motion and a second, so now we need a roll call.
Now you can call a vote.
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Haskell,
Aye.
Mayor Warnikoff.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. The next one.
Well, yeah, the next one is all the words, the rest of the slide. It's adopt a resolution, and I'm going to maybe just paraphrase here. Adopt a resolution approving the request for the conditional use permit for establishment of the PUD, a vesting tentative map to subdivide the parcel, architectural review for the 30 new residential lots. The construction of 30 new residential lots and 39 new residential units, a site development permit for tree removal and grading. And this resolution also includes approval of a state density bonus law below market rate housing plan and agreement associated with the project. And I will note that I understand that the council motions, should you make one, would also include 5 additional, the additional conditions, the 3 new conditions regarding the trails, the condition regarding the overflow parking plan, and finally, the condition regarding the Stanford contribution of the $100,000 for the traffic study.
Thank you. All right.
And just to clarify for me, this includes how the BMR units are going to be allocated is the wrong word, but
The agreement.
yeah, but that's what the agreement covers that,
For
because I'd
approving
like to
the
make sure we
Yeah,
have
you
that
are
discussion.
approving the agreement. I would actually request that the council approve it in substantially the form attached to the resolution, just because we are still a ways out from actually needing to sign and record it, and that there may just be some slight nuances. So if it would be all right with the council to say substantially in the form, I'd appreciate that.
Clarify, you're saying substantially what?
Substantially in the form. This would just allow for,
Substantially in the form.
if
So when we get
minor-
closer to it, if there's minor
Yeah.
updates that the council at that time wants to make. Okay.
and it wouldn't necessarily come back to council, it would just allow for just minor, non-substantial changes.
I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with
Fine.
that. I'm fine with that. All right.
Okay,
So do we,
I will make a motion to pass all the words that are here. Do I need to read them all, or can?
No,
say what
Thank you.
Catherine said?
Okay, yeah.
But-
I move that we do, I move that we do the site permit, the density law, the housing plan and agreement, and the rest of the stuff that Catherine said.
With the
And the
5
5
conditions.
With
I
the 5
second it.
conditions. Thank you.
All right, there's a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Haskell,
Aye.
Mayor Warnikoff.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, congratulations to the team. And thank you very much to the staff for all your hard work throughout this process. So. And with that, I guess a motion to
Adjourn.
move we
adjourn.
move.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, meeting adjourned.
We did it.